Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for May 18th, 2021. My name is Carrie Marnick. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I'm going to read a few announcements. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, the town of Northborough has been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to the Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. I'd like to confirm that board members are remotely present and can be heard by saying the following. Members, when I say your name, please respond in the affirmative. Amy Paretsky?
Here.
Anthony Zaitin?
Here.
Millie Milton? Oh, one more time, Millie, I didn't hear you.
Here.
Oh, thanks. And Michelle Gillespie?
Here.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Joubert?
Here.
And Fred Litchfield?
Here.
Okay, for ground rules, I will invite each speaker on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. After members have spoken, I will afford public comments as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford approximately 3 minutes for comments. So with that, why don't we get started with this evening's agenda. First on the agenda, we have the election of officers. We just had an election, and welcome back to Anthony. Why don't we start with that? Would anyone like to make a nomination for the position of chair?
I nominate Carrie Martinek as chair of the planning board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And would anyone like to make a nomination for vice chair of the planning board?
I'd like to nominate Amy Paretsky as vice chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye.
I just want to quickly congratulate Carrie and Anthony too for the recent election. Yeah.
I'm not sure I voted for the first, for the chair position, but okay, we'll say I did. Okay. You know what? Do we ever vote on a clerk? I don't think we ever officially did a clerk.
What does a clerk do?
In the past, what the clerk had done was their name appeared on the legal ads that went into the newspaper, and many years ago we switched it over to the chairman. So I don't think that there's been a clerk for
All right, I didn't think so either, but
yeah.
It struck me. Okay, great. Well, moving on, we have the continued public hearing for 425 Whitney Street, special permit site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay district. So why don't we, Jim, are you bringing in people?
Yeah, do you just want the, do you want Steris in at this point, or do you want the peer reviewers?
No, you can bring in, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We can start with the peer reviewers. See if anyone has any additional questions.
So I have Dave Dineski, Scott Turner, and Don Flaherty. I do not see Ron, but I do see a phone number. So I don't know if Ron's out there. If you can raise your hand and I can move you over.
Hmm. Maybe not. I don't see. Well, that's okay. Was he planning to attend? Do we know? Was he on the list of attendees? Oh, someone is raising their hand. Oh, Don is. Hi, Don. Do you need?
Yes, Ron's attempting to join right now. I'm texting with him. He'll join shortly.
Oh, sure. Okay. We'll give him a minute. I'm going to put your hand down unless you have anything else.
No, nothing else. Then.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we at least have Scott and Don, if you just want to introduce yourselves for the record, and then when Ron joins, he can do the same.
Sure. My name is Scott Turner. My position is Director of Planning with Environmental Partners in Quincy. I'm a registered professional engineer and a certified planner.
Okay, great. And Don?
Yes, I'm Don Flaherty. I'm with Seed Associates. I'm the Director of Operational Health Physics. I'm a certified health physicist with the American Board of Health Physics.
Okay, great. Is Ron?
So I do see a new number has joined ending in 843. Is that Ron? I believe you can use *9 to raise your hand and I can move you over.
Maybe not. All right, wait, is Ron covering traffic? Is that his role?
No, Ron is with CN Associates.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, why don't we get started on the other components of it while he's trying to join, and assuming, Jim, if you can just keep an eye out for him, he can join us. So I don't think there's been any new information submitted since we last met.
That's correct.
Okay. Do board members have any questions regarding the review submitted on that portion of the site plan?
Carrie, I think the noise study was submitted to us. Did everyone get a copy of that?
Yes, but you don't have the noise person here, correct?
No, we didn't,
That's okay.
as a town, we didn't hire a noise peer reviewer or an acoustic peer reviewer.
Oh, right, but the firm who did it, I don't think there's a representative here from that firm. That's okay if there's not.
Yeah,
acoustic
we'll have to
study?
ask Mike Corelli from Steris about that.
Okay, sure. All right, did you have questions about noise, Michelle?
No, you just said at the last meeting they hadn't provided the noise study to the planning board, and now they have provided. I just want to make sure that everyone received it.
Oh, good, okay. Did everyone receive the acoustic study that came? Okay, sounds good. All right, I do have some questions. I don't know if we're still waiting for Ron, but just in terms of the plan itself, and I'm not sure if you have the answers or not. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things in looking at and I realize you didn't necessarily review the concrete plant, but I'm just wondering if any sort of calculations change in your mind. For example, one thing I was questioning was just the lot coverage had increased 36%, which is still within the 40% allowance, but I wasn't sure with the concrete plant. Was that just built? That looks like it's right on the parking lot, so no additional change there. Is that true?
That's how I interpreted it, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then actually, why don't I pull up, let's see.
I also just moved Ron over as a panelist.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, this light. Okay, so this, I think, did we receive this I think just this week. So in looking at it, it does look to you like it's right on the same area as the parking lot in general.
Yes, that's how, yes.
Okay. So my questions were, with the location of the concrete plant here, does that change anything or impact any sort of plans on the current groundwater plan, whether it's, any sort of drainage structures or things like that, with the drainage easement back here? Is there anything that's impacted by the plant being in this area over here?
No, I mean, typically when we review plans and project, we review them for the as-built condition or the proposed condition. And the assumption when you do peer review is that any kind of construction impacts are mitigated through the construction process. So there isn't really in all my years I've been working, I haven't, either as an applicant or a reviewer, have not provided any kind of interim analysis for a construction impact. The construction impacts are typically managed through the construction process and dictated by the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, since this is going to be here for 12 to 18 months, is there anything that needs to be built in this area, like any sort of, any sort of drainage structures that would be built over here that you couldn't access because there's going to be a concrete plant sitting here for the duration of 12 to 18 months, I guess?
So that's really a question for the applicant and their construction company. Typically what happens is all of the site utilities that they're proposing, including the stormwater management, would be installed first. And, then they would all be protected by, silt sacks in the catch basins, or perhaps silt fence or hay bales to prevent any type of siltation from entering the catch basins and impacting the drainage system. As part of the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, which is typically provided prior to construction, so after entitlements are received, but prior to construction, that will typically outline any kind of dewatering facilities if they're needed, or any kind of temporary sedimentation basin. I mean, the way construction works is that, it's always changing. So the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan is a requirement from EPA that requires the contractor to construct what's necessary to build, temporary erosion and sedimentation structures where needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I can always ask. I just didn't know if that was something you knew, if there's any sort of drainage structures over here, but maybe that's not known.
Well, there are drainage structures. I mean, there's a drain line that's proposed. If you look at the site plans, there's a drain line that's proposed through there. There are some catch basins. And what I would expect, although you want to confirm it for the applicant, is that all of those would be installed first. And then, the catch basins would be protected so that erosion and sedimentation does not get into them.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions from board members? I can't see everybody, so just give a yell. No, okay. Millie, are you asking a question, or are you just looking?
Are these questions also, are we looking at the concrete plant, the information that we got this week?
Oh, well, I think when we bring everybody on, we can ask questions. I don't think the peer reviewer looked at the concrete plant. I was just curious about, as it relates to what was proposed in the site plan, if the concrete plant in its current position would prevent or limit any part of the proposed plan.
Okay, all right.
And it sounds like, Scott, what you're saying is that usually all of that would be built out first so that there would be no impact of this structure here for that period of time.
Right, provided they follow the SWIP, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. And the requirements regarding that are,
Oops, you muted. Could anyone hear Scott? I couldn't hear him for a minute.
No.
I think he froze.
He's froze. That's worse.
On a weekly basis or after significant rainfall. So typically what will happen is someone will go out and inspect erosion controls to make sure that they're intact. We'll inspect, whatever type of protection they have around catch basins and so forth, to make sure that everything's intact. If they see something that does not seem right, if they see, significant amounts of dust, if they see siltation devices that have failed, if they see structures erosion control structures that are supposed to protect the catch basins not doing their job, that will be captured in the inspection, given to the contractor, and it's the contractor's responsibility to fix it.
Okay. We missed the very first part of what you were saying because you froze and cut out. So you just started, those requirements are, and we missed that very first couple of sentences.
Okay, so the requirements are that the document is on site. It's maintained by the contractor. It is, there are inspections that occur every week. They have to be documented. Or after a heavy rainfall. So if you have a rainfall of half an inch or more, they need to do an inspection. If they see that the erosion sedimentation controls have failed, if they see that there's an erosion condition or a dust condition, or sediment is being tracked off-site, anything like that, it's reported, it's documented, it's reported to the contractor, and it's the contractor's responsibility to fix those, fix whatever deficiencies they see.
Okay.
And so one thing that if you are inclined to issue an approval, one of the things I would recommend is that you receive copies of those SWIP inspections. Someone at Town Hall receive copies of them so that they know that they're being done.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions from board members? I don't see any. Okay, I'd like to, why don't we move on to, let's see, we have any additional radiation peer review questions. So I'm going to pull that up. Just give me a minute. Okay, do board members have questions, any questions to start for any additional questions? I know that you answered questions last time, but if there are any additional questions by members regarding the radiation review.
As far as the just general radiation itself?
Any questions that the peer reviewer can answer about what any of the materials he submitted or in answering the questions, things like that.
Okay, I do not.
Okay, any questions?
Just a quick question. And if it was, again, I didn't see it in the document, but how much energy or amps, watts do these electron accelerators use when activated?
Oh, Don, you're on mute, and Ron, you're on mute too. I'm going to unmute you so that you can answer the question.
Amperage, I can't say. Steris can answer, how many amps of electricity it draws. The rating of the unit is 7.5 megawatts, but that doesn't tell you the amperage of the current. That's just the energy that's imparted in the electron to hit the target and generate the X-rays.
Okay, thanks.
Hope that helps.
Yeah, so Ditto, we're experts on dose. and measuring dose rates. This equipment, these machines, whatever they do is one thing. It's what they generate is where we come in, as far as the safety and what you need to do to protect people from it, and what its effects are on people at different dose rates. So I concur with what Dawn said.
Understood. Thank you.
One thing I wanted to say, I didn't say it last week, is it is true that the dose to children are much more susceptible to damage from radiation. But if the dose can't get to the children, then it's a moot point. And, when you have tiny amounts of dose at the outside wall, if somebody's down the street, it's a true fact that they would be more sensitive, but there's no radiation, hitting them. And we truly are neutral here. I didn't get the chance to say it, but I don't know that was that important. But anyways, I just wanted to get that out.
No, thanks for sharing that. Additional questions from board members?
I actually have a question on the machinery itself, that it has a converter material. Is that correct? Which is a high density element. Usually, is that like a heavy metal?
You mean the target material that the electron beam hits to generate the X-rays? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it's. I recall what it was. I recall reading what it was, but I don't remember the exact element. But it's not like when you think of heavy metal, like lead or something like that. No, it's not.
I think it was.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it was something that started with a T, palladium.
Usually it's maybe tungsten. That's usually what targets are. Was it that? I haven't seen it, but.
I honestly, I didn't write it down, but it was on the. I thought it was like palladium or something like that. Yeah. I was curious as to really what that was.
Yeah. I remember reading, I just forget which element. I could look it up, maybe even while the meeting's going on. But it's an element that particularly is effective at generating the X-rays. That's why they choose it. And
okay.
It's not lead. It's not mercury. It's not a lot of the heavy metals that you think of. But it is a metal.
And what happens does that get used up? Does it get replaced? Is it something that has to be handled carefully?
No. I mean, think of it like steel, even though it's not. It's metal that when the electron beam hits it, all of the electron itself is absorbed totally. But in the process of absorbing the energy, because the electron has got a lot of kinetic energy, that's because you have that voltage, accelerating that electron from the cathode to the anode, which is this target. And when it interacts with the target, the electron basically is dissipated, it's completely stopped. But in the process, all that energy is converted to X-rays. And that's the point.
Emily, you're wondering, does the target get depleted? And do you need to replace a target? I mean, maybe in many, many years, but I don't recall them having to replace it because they get depleted. You either, Don?
No, I don't recall that being an issue at all. No. Yeah. But if it is, it's just metal.
Okay, so it doesn't need any special type of handling, or it doesn't convert into any other type of material to be worried about?
No, I don't see that at all. I didn't see that in any of the research that I did. No.
Okay.
Did you have another question, Millie?
Going back to the when you do an actual dose that gets measured at startup for checking the operation, does it get measured again at other times, or is that just set as a certain dose for the regulatory limits?
Well, that would be up to the Commonwealth to decide if they wanted regular, surveys. Certainly it's in the regulations now that says when you construct it and start it up, you have to have that shield survey to show that the shield is effective. I think in our last meeting, Steris, I believe they stated that they would do an annual, confirmation of it. And then they also spoke that obviously if they had any kind of catastrophic event that made them think that the shield was compromised anyway, that they would repeat it, which would be approved.
So it's basically if the state or the facility determines it's needed.
That's what I recall, Miller.
Okay. I couldn't remember that. And as far as the description of training requirements for operators, they get a whole list of things for the emergency procedures. Is that something that the town would also get a copy of? Or we could?
I can't speak for Steris or the state.
Okay.
You know, I don't know why not, but that's, you know, that would be a question for them to answer.
Okay.
So typically, emergency procedures are really important when you're dealing with radioactive material. In this case, one of the pluses for safety is when the power stops, the radiation stops. And so, you know, I'm not sure what would even, you know, qualify as an emergency. Maybe they couldn't shut the machine off or something, but somebody can just go hit the breakers. Where we really run into these issues, and they're important and significant, is when there's radioactive material.
Right.
And just continually emitting radiation and gets out of control. So here I don't see where there'd be a concern with that from a radiation standpoint, because you kill the juice and you kill the radiation.
And Millie, I looked at my references, and, you know, what are considered favorable targets for the electron beam to generate the electrons are tungsten. I think Ron mentioned that.
Yeah.
Tantalum, Tantalum.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, and that might have been that.
Okay.
The other one is gold. I don't think they're using gold.
I need to inspect the site then.
That's right.
Okay. That's it for me at this time.
Okay. Other questions from board members?
None for me.
Okay. I have a few additional questions. I'm just going to share the report. Okay, so one thing that we had talked about throughout the hearings is really thinking about what kind of shutoff system there is. So if it's automatic or manual, oops, am I looking at the wrong page? Oh, no, it's at the bottom of this page. Okay, so just looking at like any sort of ability to shut this off. You said, you know, somebody could just hit the button or whatever the case, but there wasn't a whole lot more about that. And I was just wondering, you said that you haven't reviewed the design and operations material, so you can't really comment on it. But in general, does it rely on the operator? And if it sounded like if the operator is incapacitated, the system will automatically shut down. But how much time passes? How does the system know the operator is incapacitated? I guess that wasn't clear to me how that works. And I know I realize your answer here suggests that you can't really comment on this specifically, but is there a general way that works?
Well, I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this. The system could just keep operating and no one's harmed, right? In other words, you could operate this system 24/7, and the shielding takes care of all keeping the X-rays, you know, in the facility. So even if the operator is incapacitated, it's not like there's a problem. If the and there's more than one operator there. I think one of the papers said they have multiple people there. You know, they're never just one person there, I think. So, and then they describe that they have different interlocks and automatic shutoff things. I think this may, and now I'm starting to conjectures here because I haven't seen the documents, but, you know, if some part of the system was failing such that it might, you know, damage the electronics or do something like that would make the system, you know, not function to do its job, it would shut itself off. I think that's the kind of controls that are built. It's not like it's there's a high radiation level outside and we have to shut it off or something like that. It's not like that. It's more, I think it's more protecting the equipment because that's probably the real things. But they've talked about in their documents that are submitted multiple ways that the system automatically shuts itself off, but they didn't provide the specifics.
So the downside here is damage to the equipment.
Yeah.
But as far as humans getting in front of the beams, there are interlocks that the state, wouldn't allow them to operate this equipment if they didn't have those interlocks. And I mean, I don't even know, Don, you've looked at this more clearly to me. Is this all automated, or do they go in and place things in and then come out and then turn the beam on? Now we're not talking about the public, right? We're talking about their employees.
Right, about the workers, yeah. They have a conveyor belt system where they run things, but it's like any kind of system. You have to shut it off and go inside and do maintenance inspections and that type of thing. If they have two linear accelerators, and if one of them wasn't working to capacity, they might shut the system down and go remove it and replace it, with another one of the like kind or something like that. So they would have to, at times, go inside the area where the medical supplies or equipment's, being irradiated to sterilize it. And so obviously you can't have the system operating for people to go in there. And I believe they have, automatic things to where unless the system's shut off and you open a door or some hatchway or to go inside, it's going to shut itself off. But that's to protect the worker, not the public.
And the state would be really focused they're going to be all over that, right? They're never going to license this thing unless there's interlocks that nobody could go in and get hit with the beam.
Right. Yeah, those are embedded in the regulations quite strongly to protect the workers inside the facility, because they're the only ones that could have access to these high radiation levels, because it's inside the shield that happens.
Okay. And so when it comes down to the what the state looks at, you've listed here all the things that they have to do. So they actually register as a radiation machine facility?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this is this accelerator to do these X-rays falls under the definition of a radiation machine, like we've used the analogy before in our meetings. It's like the radiation machine in your dentist's office or at the hospital when they do a chest X-ray. Those are radiation machines. These are all radiation machines.
Mm-hmm.
They have different function, different types, but that's all what they do. So they all fall under. So the application that STERIS will be submitting, assuming they get approval to move forward, has to provide all this information to the Commonwealth Radiation Control Bureau to say, this is the design, this is how it works, these are the interlocks, here's all this information, here's the people that are going to be operating it, this is their training, these are their qualifications, here's the radiation safety officer, all of this stuff before the Commonwealth will even entertain giving them to register the device and authorize them to purchase it and put it on the product.
Yeah. And so the radiation control group is concerned about employees, but they're just as much, if not more, concerned with members of the public. Mm-hmm. And if they think that they'll go apoplectic if they think that so you have another buffer here, which is that because the state would be liable if they license this and members of the public get exposed.
Mm-hmm.
So everything I've seen doesn't show any of that.
Okay. So the electron beam is the same thing as a particle accelerator. So this is a particle accelerator.
Yes. Now that sounds a little scary. It's a particle accelerator, but so is the old TVs that were cathode ray tubes.
Yep. Okay. No, that's okay. I just wanted to verify. So then they follow the safety requirements of particle accelerators and they register as a radiation machine facility.
Exactly.
Got it. Let's see.
Are you available for part-time work? You're starting to get this, Kerry. We may have a job for.
This is right up my alley. All right. Let's see. I had a question about the concrete. And it sounded like one thing we had talked about with the concrete is we had heard at one of the hearings that, the concrete walls are basically consider it like the lead vests, like you brought up the dentist analogy. So the concrete walls are the lead vest that protects the public from the radiation getting out. So one of the board concerns over time has been, what happens if there's a crack? Does the concrete degrade over time? What if there's some sort of earthquake, whatever the case? And what's the life expectancy? Does this concrete last forever? I mean, I know in my own garage, I see cracks and it looks like it crumbles and all of that. So I know you said here that you're not an expert concerning life expectancy, but you don't anticipate it would degrade or.
So I'll take a quick shot at it and then I'll let Dawn respond to it. So like nuclear power plants have concrete walls and they don't, degrade over time because of the radiation. I think that, if concrete itself ages and cracks to the point where there is like light that can be seen through it, then part of that beam could get out. But I would imagine that that's highly, unlikely. But Dawn, maybe you could talk to concrete containment at the nuke plants, and
Right.
Does that get degraded because of the radiation, or?
No, not from the radiation. You would have to be, stressed by, chemicals or an environment that attacks the concrete, such as, acids or caustic solutions.
Well, I'm not even sure the concern was that it would be radiation to degrade it, just general life expectancy. I didn't assume that live forever. And so that's why they said there was no degradation of concrete over time. There's no limitation on the life expectancy. It just seemed like, how could that be? But okay. That's okay.
No,
I know you're not concrete experts.
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, the concrete's not going to last forever, right? And in time, it probably could degrade many years down the road, and then that could become an issue if that starts to degrade. But yeah, we wouldn't know about when.
Okay. And just to confirm, a couple of things that you didn't have any comments on, I just want to make sure. And so it's probably not your area of expertise. No real comment on the chillers. No comment on the power grid. But I did want to ask, in regards to the process that requires it seems to require high voltage at some point. There's an excessive amount of electricity. Is that going on and off, that high voltage surge? Like if they're turning this on and off, or does it stay on the whole day? Or how does that look for turning? I'm just wondering with a high voltage surge going on and off, what kind of impact that has.
Again, I can't say exactly because of their power requirements. Understand that when we say watts or megawatts, the formula for a watt is voltage times amps. So if you have a very high potential voltage between two spots, then the amperage can be lower, but the wattage is higher because, the voltage is high, but the actual number of amps it's pulling off of the local grid could be smaller. So I think I recall Steris stating that they didn't have really any big special needs. As far as how it's on and off, as I understood their description of their operation, they would be doing, it would be on and off in the sense that they set up the machine, it's a maximum of 7.5 megawatts power to the, for that accelerator. But they may not need all of that. They may operate at less than that. And for a given thing that they want to irradiate to sterilize, they can say, oh, well, we'll run it at this power level, at this speed on our conveyor belt, and irradiate it for this amount of time with the x-rays. And then that will get done with those widgets, whatever those things are. Then we'll load our conveyor belts with these other items and operate it that way. So I would think, and they can speak better to it, that there will be times when it's running and then there'll be times when it's off in between doing batches of various products. But I think they answered one question saying that basically they plan in general to run it 24/7. Obviously, it's more profitable for them to run that as much as they can to charge their customers for sterilizing, to state the obvious, to sterilize components. So, but I think when they're doing batches of different things, it's going to be on for a while, and then it'll be off for a while, and then back on again. What that would do to the local grid, I can't speak to.
Okay, and then it was said at one point that the carbon dioxide, there would be some level of, it would be emitting carbon dioxide with the large use of electricity, but it sounds like in the answers here, it says that it would not. And you have no comment on it either way. I guess generally, would this large use of electricity emit carbon dioxide emissions or not necessarily? Or you just don't have the expertise?
I don't have the expertise for that.
That's okay. All right. Let's see. Now, when we talk about a device that you could put on the outside of the building, there is such a device to monitor outside?
Yes.
Several.
Yeah, a number of them. Yep.
Okay. So hold that thought, because then there's a follow-up question to that in a bit. All right, let's see.
And Terry, typically they would put a passive thermoluminescent dosimeter, meaning a little badge like somebody would wear as an X-ray, and it just records the total dose over a period of time when you don't expect it to be that high. There are other more sophisticated instruments that we use in environments where we're scared that something could happen real time, and those are real-time monitors that are reading every second and reporting, and they're alarmed. I would think that would be overkill here. Don't say I recommended it, because they'll shoot me. I mean, somebody could do that for reassurance. It's not what the regulator is going to make them do, and it's not what is typically done. But there are those types of continuous monitors that you could put out there as kind of a canary, but I just don't see that it would ever get engaged. It would be more like just something to give people peace of mind as opposed to really identifying anything.
Okay. I'm just finding my place here. The question for here would be, let's see. So there was no comment down here. So does that just mean that there is no inquiry into the other locations? It was just looking for a high level inquiry, but there's nothing really here in terms of what exists. Oh, it's Ontario, California, and the Illinois office, Libertyville. So there sounds like nothing. Those are the only two other locations that we were aware of, but no information there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Hold on, I'll stop so I don't. And then the Switzerland, so we had, part of our discussions had been concerned that this was coming to the US in these three locations. So this had only been operating at the time we started, the Switzerland facility, or it was given to us as an example. I guess there's another, the Venlo, the Netherlands, Switzerland. So we were curious, to see how they were operating internationally, because in the US we only knew of Northborough, Ontario, California, and Libertyville. But it looks like overall you had no real comments or any information on anything going on internationally, and if there are any problems or anything that would help inform us on what that would look like in the US based on how it's operating abroad.
No, we didn't have the specifics of that to inform it for you.
Okay, that's okay. Alrighty, I'm down to the bottom of my questions. So I didn't know if this was a mistake. So the question was, how many X-ray sterilizers will there be? And maybe you just thought, so there was no answer, but the response was consistent with the literature. So I wasn't sure, do you remember what the literature was here, the answer? Because we don't have the answer that you found consistent.
How many this is the question, how many sterilizer machines will there be in Northborough?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2. I think they said their literature said they would have 2 accelerators, so they could have them basically on opposite sides of a conveyor belt so that they could sterilize from both sides of a packaged, a package.
Okay. So again, back to if there's a problem, any sort of, now this is related to the chillers. It sounds to me like the chillers are needed so to keep the heat down. You didn't really have it. That's not your area of expertise anyway, so that's okay. But just no information on if there's an alarm or anything like that.
Correct. Yeah, that wasn't our area of expertise, so we didn't pursue it.
That's okay. And then so no information on like an emergency shutdown. You just didn't have the technical design information, so that's okay.
Yeah, they just made statements that they had multiple automatic shutdowns for various reasons, but they didn't specify what.
Okay, so they exist, but we don't know what they are. Okay, this made sense to me, and now with your answer, it makes more sense. So there is no residual radiation. It sounded like, Ron, what you were saying is once it shuts off, the radiation is no longer there. So the answer was just no, the machine creates no radioactive contamination, but I think the question was about radiation. So you still agree that there is no residual radiation?
Yes.
Once the machine's off, that's the end of the radiation.
Right.
Okay.
Which is, as we said before, that's part of the reason for the power level chosen. You can have linear accelerators that are much higher power level than this one that they've selected that can create radioactive materials and do for intentional reasons. This is not one of them, so it's not able to do that.
Okay, so this is where I was confused because there are things that measure radiation outside the facility, but then it seemed like we don't know of one, and there's not a need or requirement to install it. So are we talking about 2 different components, or is it when we say something to measure the radiation outside the facility, it does exist, but we're not going to use it, or how does that coincide? How does that?
Yeah. What I'm saying is there are certainly devices that measure radiation in this way, X-rays, in the environment. And they exist. We're saying, yes, they do exist, but we would agree they're not needed.
Okay.
Assuming the shield performance is as designed, there would be no need. What Ron Cardarelli mentioned earlier is, the radiation level would be basically you wouldn't get a response for the instrument unless the entire shielding starts opening up and that type of thing. So, but they do exist. These types of devices do exist to measure radiation levels in the environment.
So the state may ask them to put a environmental dosimeter on the outside of the wall, just to prove that they're not going to be greater than what the public dose limit is.
Yeah. When I'm saying an environmental dosimeter, what he's saying is when you're trying to measure, Carrie, really, really, really low levels of radiation, a device that's measuring the instantaneous dose rate can't see it. It's just so low. It's just in the background pretty much, whether it's electronic noise in the instrument or just the natural background radioactivity in Northborough, which can be measured. It exists. From radon and cosmic rays and all that all exists. So you can measure that and to try to see some very small difference between that natural background radiation and something that might be coming from this facility. Instantaneous dose rate is very difficult at such low levels. And so in those cases, sometimes facilities put, whether it's a optically stimulated or a thermoluminescent dosimeter, but there's a special device that collects and integrates that energy over time. And then you process that chip and say, hey, what was the radiation level, for this entire quarter or month or whatever. And it can integrate really small amounts of radiation exposure, tiny, tiny ones over a period of time and give you a number. And, that exists, but it's not like an instantaneous readout with alarms or whatever. It's not what it is.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. So if it's a low level constant radiation, it may not even prompt the monitor to think there's something going on because it doesn't even reach that level. It's just a constant low level.
Yeah, it's lost in the noise of background because it's so low level. If it exists, I'm not saying it will exist, but if it were to exist, by this design, if you could put these on the perimeter of the property, and they would be probably measuring just normal background radiation that they would anywhere else, like today before the facility goes there, because there is measurable background radiation levels. Okay, in Northborough right now, from terrestrial radiation from the rocks and from cosmic radiation from outer space and from radon gas coming out of the ground, and we can take instruments and measure it. It's probably in the range of 5 to 10 microrem per hour. That's the natural.
The real-time instruments that I'm talking about, Kerry, they're just for this kind of reassurance. We don't think they would see anything. They would only be able to see something if it really was strong. But it may give people reassurance that if those things aren't going off, then just as we had thought, nothing's coming out of the wall.
Mhm.
But the state will not, I believe the state will not make them do that because the shield wall is so thick and the dose rate is tiny on the other side. It would just be an extra bell and whistle that somebody may want to give to folks that don't understand radiation to make them feel better, but it would never be regulatorily driven.
Okay, and just speaking of the dose, so 7.5 MeVs or whatever is the maximum this machine can go. Even if you wanted to crank it up, you cannot crank it up.
Correct.
Can it go up to 10?
No. No, it's not. It's not designed to do it.
All right, I just want to make sure because it seems like in some cases it can go up. There are machines that go up like to a 7.5 to 10 or something. So I just wasn't sure if it was.
Yeah, the linear accelerator is made differently from the beginning. So in order to do that, yes.
Okay. And then I know you didn't have any comments on just EMF. So is that because that's not in your area of expertise, just in terms of like, I guess any sort of electrical interference that you foresee, like whether it's with, wireless phones, TV, medical devices, anything like that could possibly be generated?
That's not in our expertise, Carrie.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the gas emitted, it creates ozone. Does that something that, where does that, is that's created inside, and is there like a vent that gets rid of it? I don't know I guess you have no comment regarding ozone emissions. So you just recognize you don't have area of expertise there?
Right. I mean, ozone is created when you have a lot of radiation and there's air. So, think of, it's probably not a great analogy, but when lightning strikes, it creates ozone in the air because it's ionizing the air. And so these X-rays, besides ionizing the germs in these medical products to sterilize them, can ionize the air, so it creates some ozone, and they state that. But we're not experts on ozone emissions. I don't know how much ozone it emits and what they do with it. So
Okay. I imagine, I wouldn't want anyone to breathe it in, employees or otherwise. It seems like that'd be harmful, but okay. All right, so any sort of electromagnetic.
I want to go back to that outside radiation monitor. I said it last meeting, but this is really important.
Sure.
If you guys went that way, or Steris went that way, or I don't, like Ron said, the state, I don't think would require, because they just wouldn't think it's necessary. These have to be quality instruments that have, if you're going to put something in the environment to measure radiation levels, and you're measuring them down really in the bug dust, to right around background levels, voltage fluctuations, weather intrusion into the device, shorting things out, they create false alarms and scare people. And so I'm not saying it's certainly up to other people to decide whether or not, this is going to be a requirement or would be warranted. But our recommendation would be, if anyone goes that way, you get really quality instruments for that. Okay, because nuclear plants deal with this, and I've got several decades with them. And third-party people want those, and then they're not high quality. Sometimes they're not high-quality machines. They're not hooked up to a power conditioner, and next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's alarming here. Something's going on at the nuclear plant, and absolutely nothing's going on at the nuclear plant. and it frightens people, and it's just not meeting the design. And so that's just my comment.
Okay, so is there any sort of assurance, or is there any tool or way that we would be able to assure the neighbors and whoever else that there is no radiation escaping?
I guess the way I gave this some thought because I read some of the comments that were sent in. I've not read some of them. I read the comments that were emailed in. And I'm not a proponent of this. We're neutral on this, as Ron said, but this machine is inherently safe in that it doesn't take anything to stop the X-rays that are used to sterilize these medical components, other than the concrete that's there. It doesn't take electricity to stop it. It doesn't take people to stop it. It doesn't take anything other than if they design that shielding as designed, and the Commonwealth approves it, and they do the shielding surveys, then it becomes inherently safe. And so I think if I'm answering where you're headed with that.
Well, so I know you say it's inherently safe, and certainly I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just wondering, like, if we were to want some sense of security that is all, is it contingent if we have to rely on reporting, what are our tools that we have to rely on? Is it reporting? Is that the tool that helps us like monitor, or what are those safeguards, if not a monitoring device? Yeah. Is it reporting? Is it inspections? Like, what are those things?
Carrie, can I ask a question?
Please do, sure.
Okay, so at the last meeting, we talked about having a device outside the building, which would have an alarm, which after your discussion now, you might say, Michelle might never go off, right? Because there would not be enough radiation in your opinion to trigger it. But then you could have, the questions were, how do you determine the integrity of the concrete over time? How do you know, is it 5 years? Is it 10? Is it 15? And if something happens, how do you know that integrity of the concrete is okay where there's nothing even
those 2,000 trucks would be in cement trucks coming from, a supplier, driving to the site through all different times during the day, with a lot less control over when that happens. So the idea here wasn't that we're completely reducing the amount, because we're not reducing it by any reasonable amount. What we're really doing is just controlling the clock on it more than anything else for a safety factor.
Right. So I'm just trying to do the math here and just sort of try to figure it out and understand how this would space out. So if we didn't have the cement plant and we just had the cement trucks coming in, it would be the same, the 2,000 trucks over a year period, which is 52 weeks, right?
That's right.
Okay. So do you find that that is, 52 weeks divided by 2,000 is about 38 trucks a week? Is that spanned out? Would you do that evenly, or do you find that you might have more one week, less the other? I mean, you're doing it. And then is it the same likewise on a daily basis? Because if you were to break it all down, you could get as few as just 7 or 8 trucks during the day, in an 8-hour period. Or are you saying that some days you would have more trucks and others days you might only have 1 or 2? How does that work when you don't have the facility?
Used up pretty much on not an equal basis, but certainly close. And what we do is we would separate different materials being delivered at times that we were able to control, allowing it to flow into the site. Number one, at times when it was more convenient, but to get to your point, it's not every single day. There may be a couple more trucks on a given day. We tend to use the cement faster than anything because there's more of that product that goes in. So that is a tanker truck that would come in to deliver that, as I described in my report. So we've got a lot of control because keep in mind, if you look at what I sent you, we provide the area with a place to store it. So we're not reliant on the trucks coming in on a daily basis. We're reliant on the trucks coming in as we need to refill the bins that we have existing in that place.
So I guess I'm trying to because if we can talk to the applicant about not having an on-site plant and just having the trucks come in, what does that look like? Does that look like cement trucks just coming in? And on average, you would say it's still 2,000 trucks over the course of a year versus it's just not the 2,000, as you described it, the 2,000 trucks are basically materials. So if you take that aside and say, we won't do the materials, we'll bring in the cement itself, that's the same 2,000 trucks. Is that what you said? And roughly that's about 38 trucks a week and 7 trucks a day. Is that correct?
That's correct. And
Okay.
and as I said, the only difference is that the concrete trucks have to come in a very specific order behind one another because we can't have any breaks in the concrete. So they'd be slowing. On days we were pouring, because as I described in the report, one of the things that gets a little confused is there's this mindset that this plant is running every single day. It doesn't. It runs less days than it actually doesn't run, more days than it does. So the reality is that we're able to control it, but it is really based on when we get that next level formed and in place with rebar before we do that pour. And then there'll be a quick rush on it for that day when we do the pour. And then those materials would follow in the few days that follow that while we build the next level of the pour.
So let me understand. So I understand that you get it all built and then you got to do the pour and the trucks need to be lined up. How many trucks do you estimate that would be? Could you have, not within the hours of 9 to 11, I need 10 trucks at that time and then I'm good for the day? Is that how it works?
Roughly it does. I mean, I wish we were on a clock that easy. It's not. It's a little more complicated than that. But the truth of the matter is that essentially what we would do is we'd set up specific times for those trucks and space them accordingly as best we can. One of the difficulties we run into is when we do bring materials in from an outside source, we have what are called rejected loads as well, because they don't have the proper makeup of what we need it to be. And what that does is it creates a situation where we have to actually return that truck because it didn't meet the specification. We've run into that in other projects that have been done. So that's part of the reason why we like to be able to control that quality material, both for the safety on the streets and the safety of the pour itself.
How often would you say that happens? Like out of 100 trucks, just maybe one, or?
No, I mean, it's probably, let me think. Anytime, I'll be straight with you. Every single time I've done this, I've used our own concrete plant. So we've never had a load rejected. I would need to check with Steris on their other jobs that, whether they did or didn't have a concrete plant, I don't know. But I can tell you that I know on the California job, they had some discussions, particularly, for example, there was the first day that there was a lot of difficulty in the pour. There were trucks that were sent back, and then as they sort of figured out what was going on with the third party concrete plant, they got it straightened out. So it's not that common. I don't want to make it like there's hundreds of trucks running back and forth with full loads of concrete, but it is certainly just another control mechanism that is in.
The job go quicker, Kim?
It does. It makes it quicker. It makes it safer. It makes it, from the perspective of us ensuring that we, have the proper materials put into the shields, which frankly is the most important piece of this, which is why it's tested to the degree that it is. We tested ourselves and it's tested by a third party, but it allows us to then, control the both quantity and the quality.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Additional questions?
One for me. So, and again, there's just so much information to filter here through. In that concrete plant and the noise study, I don't know if I saw anything that specifically outlined what, if there's any particular baseline for some of these other concrete plants that you've had running in the past, and how any kind of measurements you might have taken that you can comment on.
I'm so sorry. Because I'm hearing it through a speakerphone, it's a little hard for me to catch that. Would you give me that one more time? I'm sorry. I just didn't.
Okay, I'll do my best. So looking through the noise report as well as the concrete plant, I'm going through this and I don't see any data, at least, and if it's there, I apologize, I don't see it. Is there any baseline data on your current concrete plants or past concrete plants, dB levels that you guys recorded over time?
For noise. The answer is no. As I shared with you folks, what I hope to be able to do with that flyover that I provided was to provide an actual pour in one of the other job sites. And unfortunately, the timing didn't just work for us to get it into you ahead of time. What I can tell you is just like all of the information with respect to the emissions or anything else that occur with the concrete plant, it's all very heavily regulated. So from a sound standpoint, it is. I don't have those numbers. I wouldn't want to try to, propose to you what they are. But what I can tell you is that any of the bulldozing equipment or loaders or anything else of, typical construction equipment far exceeds what we would produce from the concrete plant itself. Now, keep in mind, I have a loader that will be loading that concrete plant. So technically, I guess that would be part of the noise factor with it. But the reality is it's no different than any other construction site that you folks have ever approved or been on before from a disturbance standpoint.
Okay. And this was drilled down pretty much already, but just a quick question. So when those supply trucks come in, I assume typically you're going to use contractors. Are those mostly 10-wheelers or some mix of 10 and 18-wheelers? Or?
Yeah, it's actually a mix of both. I'd love to be able to tell you that they were all tractor trailers, but I did want to confirm that because I thought this question might rear its head. Typically what we find is that the the cement delivery is always going to be in an 18-wheel because, that's a very specific design with a tanker truck that actually pneumatically pumps the cement into the silo. The sand and gravel is typically done in what we would call a tandem or triaxle, which would be the smaller version, but obviously between 8 and 21 cubic yards or approximately 22 tons of material, depending on what it was, coming in. That is what the suppliers in that area specifically we would expect to be coming to the site. So we have a combination of both tractor trailers and tandem and triaxle trucks.
I think I asked this before, and maybe there's new information, but it sounds like you have minimally 3, maybe another not contractor, but suppliers for the raw material. Have you identified any of those folks and geographically where they may be situated?
The truth of the matter is, at this point, I have not done a deep dive. We certainly contacted a few of them just to double check the materials that they have. But what I would need you to understand on that is that we create what's called a mixed design, which is a very specialized detail piece of information. In other words, the hardness of the rock, the amount of silt in the sand. All of those things are absolutely critical for us to obtain the quality that we need in the concrete. So far more importantly to us is that, because that's what actually makes it up. But typically your concrete suppliers, anybody who is in that area locally to where it's supposed to be would be able to meet our mixed design. We typically sit with them, go over those details to a certain degree, and then they would supply us with, what their testing is on all those different materials.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
I have another question.
Sure.
So back to the cement trucks, if the board requested that the cement be done off-site and there be no cement plant, would that be looking like much what Anthony just said? Is that truck similar to the typical concrete trucks that we might see on the road, or is it a different type of truck?
It would be what you would typically see, the barrel mixer coming from the concrete supplier to the job location.
And when you do that, I'm assuming that would come from one specific supplier, because you're actually making them off-site, right?
The answer is yes. We typically do have a second as a backup, because what we can't do is, I think I explained to you folks before, is have a break in the pour. So if something happens where there's either traffic or anything else, we always need to have a secondary backup plan, because we cannot stop a pour once it's apart. So that again goes to selfishly our side of why it is so important that we can do it on site. But yeah, the answer to the question is yes.
Okay, so back to the offsite again. So you do offsite, you have the vendors. You could probably make a determination for that route for that vendor to come down 290. I know you're not familiar with the layout and the routes that are around this area, but the major highway is 290 and then comes off and comes through Berlin and then right onto the site. So it's not near any of the residential areas or any of the secondary roads. You could make that determination and actually give that route to your drivers. Is that correct?
There's no question we could and would be. And let me be very clear, because, I want to be very fair to particularly to the applicant in this particular case, because I think it's important for you folks to understand this. There are a lot of reasons, that provide safety and other reasons of why we think it's important to have the concrete plant on site. With that being said, I do not want this concrete plant to be the reason that there is a problem with getting this application approved. This is about the building, and should be. And if the determination of this board was that we could not erect the concrete plant, or you suggested perhaps to me, if we could vote on the application itself and move forward without the concrete plant, I came separately to your board to discuss that in more detail. Please know that from my perspective, we would completely respect that. the most important thing here is the application itself. And I certainly don't want the tail wagging the dog here.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
I had a question. If you did use concrete off-site, is it still 3 a.m, just like if you had it on-site?
Yeah, that is done, as I think I explained to you last time, primarily because of the heat during the summer, particularly. If it was winter, it could be different. We're, of course, hitting you with the worst case scenario. But typically, what happens is the concrete is a chemical reaction. So the longer that truck is out on the road driving to the site, that concrete continues to heat up in the barrel, which is obviously a negative impact to the quality of the concrete. So therefore, you end up with more perhaps loads being rejected because the concrete does what we term in the field called cook. And it gets too hot and we can't use it for that reason. So again, these are the control measures that allow us to, but you are correct.
So if it was on-site, you could start later, possibly?
If I'm sorry, I just want to be sure I'm understanding it. When you say on-site.
So if you had a concrete plant, would you be able to start the pours later versus 3 a.m, or you just said the trucks won't be coming at 3 a.m. if it's off-site?
Again, typically yes, we have more control because we're not on the roads, which is critical, and we could start later. Again, I noted the comment I made before. If this is something about timing, we'll work through that. I'm never going to make anybody, typically we do 3 a.m. because there's nobody on the road and we don't have a problem. We're done by, as I mentioned in the report, usually by noon, of the larger pours are done. It'd be earlier than that, because we have a tremendous amount of work to be done after the pour is completed. But again, whatever makes this board most comfortable is what we'll do. We'll work within the guidelines of what it needs to be so that you folks can, obviously feel comfortable yourselves and answer to the people that are going to ask questions about it, because they're all reasonable questions. And this is, as I mentioned in my report, this is not something, that chugs away every single day and becomes a problem. There are far more days that we are putting in rebar and putting up forms and doing other things. The pour days are few and far between, and I identified those numbers for you so you can get a better feel for that.
Kip, when the pour starts, how many trucks will that require? How often? How long?
I'm so sorry. Say that one more time. You broke up a little bit.
When the pour starts, how many trucks will be required for the pour? How long and how and how often?
You mean with our own?
Yeah, if we're off site and trucks start to come on site.
Okay, so if they're off site, we would typically expect, and again, depends on where the supplier is, how many miles away they are, but usually would be between 7 and 10 in order to maintain the line that we need. We've had it up as high as 12. When we use our own, it would probably be only 4.
Wait, I didn't follow that. This is about time or numbers?
Well, that was about numbers, because yes, how many trucks? Time, unless I misunderstood the question, forgive me if I did. The time, as I said, can be moderated in accordance with what this particular board feels most comfortable with. Because we could control the temperatures and those kinds of things. If you said to me, I'm not comfortable with starting at 3 or 4 in the morning, and we wanted to start later, we would control that accordingly.
Okay, other questions? Oh, go ahead, Michelle.
So I just wanted to understand, if it was off-site, it could be 7 to 10 trucks. But if you have the plant on-site, it would be 4 trucks a day delivering the materials, right?
That's correct. And I think my number was 7 to 12, if I may. I'm sorry if I didn't say that clearly, but typically between 7 and 12, it would be to kind of how big the pour is and the timing of it.
Okay. Is there a question of quality if it's done if it's done on site, do you expect better quality? Is there a quality danger of off site?
Yes, because what happens is that concrete suppliers supply many different types of construction jobs. So what happens is you could wind up with they're not as detail specific as we are with regards to the mixed designs of what they're supposed to be. So typically what would happen is that truck would still make the trip to our location. It would be tested once it was on site specifically by the third party testing company. And if it didn't meet the requirements, the load would be rejected and they would have to take that back to the supplier. And again, it's not happening every, couple of loads. It's not that dramatic. I don't want to mislead the board in any way, but it does happen. And when it does, it just creates the double traffic pattern because now that truck is returning, plus they have to bring a new one in.
Okay. Does it elongate the time it takes for construction in an off-site situation or not necessarily?
I'm so sorry.
If you do it off-site, does the construction process take longer or same amount of time? Is it still a year or 12 to 18 months either way?
That's a great question. It's really the same amount of time. I don't want to try to pretend like because our own trucks are running it, we're going to speed that process up. The reality is far more days of putting up those horns and the rebar into the shields and getting the inspections and doing the things that have to be done to do all the safety checks that there are of actual concrete pours. So the answer is, that 1 year timetable is reasonable, but just remember that it's 28 pours for the two shields.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
You mentioned the 28 days of actual concrete manufacturing for the shields. Would that also translate to 28 days if we did something off-site? There would be 28 days of the cement trucks coming in over the year?
Yes, same exact situation.
So out of the entire year, only 28 days, or not only, but 28 days would have those cement trucks lining up outside as you need them.
That is correct, but just please keep in mind for me that as I described to you that, and you said it, but I want to be clear that is for the shields. There are some other pours that need to happen. There are curbs, there are parking lots, and other things that will happen, but they're much smaller. So the answer to your question is the same. Yes, whether it comes in, in their truck or my truck, it's the same 28 days of pour.
Okay. And if you were to do raw materials, how long would that take for those to be delivered? Because you'd have to have them delivered pretty regularly to replenish your supply, correct?
Well, as I said, there's really no difference in the amount, whether you count those 2,000 trucks in concrete trucks or you count it in our materials, other than the fact that, some of ours is delivered in tractor trailers, which makes it a little bit lighter. The answer is that it comes out to the same place. It doesn't change the numbers at all. What it does is it changes the control. Our ability to control when and what happens so that we don't have, on those 28 days that we're pouring the shields, for example, we don't have situations where, there are trucks lined up out on those roadways that you folks would be concerned about.
Yeah, my only concern, and I know you've mentioned this, is that the concrete plant shouldn't be the stop, but if 28 days of deliveries from cement trucks is what it takes to get the shields poured, what about, there's a concrete plant on site 365 days that's creating some dust and noise and light and disturbance of time. So just trying to figure out what the offset would be for the residents and for abutting properties.
It's a fair question, and again, I'm going to restate what I've said a number of times because I understand this board's concerns. of what those are. And my answer to it is, there is no question that what it does is it enables us to more safely create concrete in a way that is going to be better for those shields, because we have total control over what they're now. We're not just relying on, some test that is done before. With that being said, I want to make it, abundantly clear, if you leave with anything here tonight, because you're hearing it from the contractor himself, I do not want this concrete plant to any way impact in a negative way your decision on which way this is going to go. If you folks feel that you prefer us to do it another way, we will accommodate that. But I don't, because it is far more important to get this project approved than it is my concrete plant. So I just want to make that abundantly clear to everybody on this board.
Appreciate that.
I have another question, one more. So similar to what Millie was talking about in the previous discussion, I don't know whether you were listening to it, we were talking to the consultants. We were talking about what are the measures we can put outside the building to make sure that there's no radiation leak out there, and that for peace of mind for the neighborhood. We talked about these sort of high quality environmental decimators that you can put around the building, as well as a sort of a dose rate meter outside the building. So I know what you're talking about, where you say this allows us to put controls into place so that we can make sure we have, this very, specific product in order to make these concrete walls, right? But in the same time, if you do it off-site and you bring it back in, in other words, you don't have a concrete plant, we can still put tools in place that will help make a determination that everything is staying within the building as the consultants described that it would be. Does that make sense to you?
It does. I think you're probably right. I think that, look, at the end of the day, the reason we have this testing in place is to ensure that whether it's my concrete or anybody else's, that it meets the guidelines. And I assure you that Ferris would never let an ounce of concrete go into the shield that didn't meet that specific guideline. That's why they do their testing and I do mine, and we compare notes independently. So there is no question that that would be the case. And, we would be able to, ultimately, I don't want to give the impression that we're giving you a less capable product with the shield or the concrete because we weren't able to pour our own. We'll make it work. And, as I said, at this point, the most important thing we can do is get you folks comfortable with what that's going to take to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board?
That's it for me.
Okay, I just have a few questions for you that I started to ask before, and we didn't really know for sure. So I just want to confirm, in terms of if we are to have the on-site plant, that the location of it won't impact any of the proposed drainage structures that are planned for the eastern part of the site?
That's correct.
Okay, and that you would actually build that out first before the cement plant would go on it?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then I have a question about, and thank you for sending these materials. That was really helpful. And you know what, you're actually not going to be able to see it because you are not on your computer, but I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at, what page it is. So it's on page 5 of the report you sent, and it shows like stockpiles of materials for the concrete. So are those stockpiles on site, whether we do off-site or on-site concrete pouring? Are the materials always stored on site? Or I guess not, because you're not mixing it on site. So there'd be no stockpiles?
You're exactly right. They would not be those materials, while there'd be, other things that from the construction side that we'd be clearly storing on site. Let me be clear about that. The reality is those stockpiles would not be there if the concrete plant was not there.
Okay, and if we do on site, what prevents all of this from blowing around in the wind and it rains and it gets into the ground and all of that? So,
as I think was described earlier, there are a number of requirements that we are required to meet. I mean, these are put to concrete bins. If you look at even the aerial that I sent you, you will see in real life what that looks like. And these are concrete structures that are created to store those materials. The only thing that could even get airborne would be obviously sand, which is highly unlikely. I mean, it would take tremendous winds to get sand really whipping around. But stone, of course, does not. And the cement itself, which would be very easily airborne, is actually stored in a silo for that reason. That enables us to keep moisture away from it, as well as keep it from blowing around. And then, of course, those requirements are specific to that we don't have runoff going into any drainage areas or anything else. It's all highly regulated from that standpoint. Would be part of the site plan approval and obviously inspected as well.
Okay, so you're saying there's a cover on these bins or there's just bins like open air bins?
No, they're like a three-way, what I showed you.
I think I'm looking at them. Okay. I just want to make sure I was looking at the right thing because it looks like an open air bin, but has three sides. Okay.
That's right. And truthfully, the one that you're looking at is an operating system. It works. It is, is in an area just in New York, which is kind of a rural farming town, so there are homes very close by. Look, we are required to control this. This cannot be your worst nightmare of dust and noise and all of the great questions that you're bringing up. It is our job to ensure that even if we didn't have a concrete plant there, that from the standpoint of all of the construction that goes on here, that we would be protecting both your community, your neighbors, and everybody who you folks have in your ear talking to about this. So that is what we do. That's our job to make sure that all happens. And there are specific guidelines that we follow to ensure it. And even if there's something unique about your particular situation and an issue rears its head, we're going to figure out a way to solve it.
Okay, if we were to do offsite and had an increase in trucks, say 7 to 12, and you say they travel in a line, is there any issue with that many trucks on site as it relates to the planned infiltration basins?
Well, remember, these trucks are arriving sort of in a staggered place. It's not like they're all going to be lined up on your road at the same time. We don't want them, spitting in the barrels that long. So the trucks from off-site are going to sit on, if they're waiting, they're going to sit on the side of the road waiting to be backed into position at the same pour that our truck would do.
Okay. And if it comes off site, there's no difference in potential for spilling out or anything like that?
It certainly is not any different than, their trucks are the same as our trucks. The only difference is, I guess, you could potentially argue that it could spill out on the highway. It doesn't happen often.
Oh, right. No, but I just meant like there's no, when you said quality, impact on quality, that was the quality of the concrete.
If you folks can probably imagine this concrete, particularly the level of detail that goes into it, it's a very expensive material. We're not interested in this flowing out onto the site, onto the ground. It is made to go into these forms because we spend a lot of money to produce it, and we watch it very carefully, and would absolutely do so on your job as well, whether it came from our concrete plant or it came from a supplier.
Okay, and what about our normal construction time starts at 7. So what does that day look like starting at 7?
So, if we went with that model, it would be just like any other construction project from 7 a.m. Probably till about, during the summer hours, we like to grab more hours while we have the daylight. So if it was acceptable, we'd like to be working later into the night. But the reality is, I'm talking about 5 o'clock. I'm not talking into the night. I shouldn't say it that way. But certainly, it is a matter of, again, my job doing this, for companies like Steris and others all over the country is to listen to what your concerns are. And you folks are going to have specific expectations and hopes that you can, ask us to do, and we're going to respect those.
Okay. So my concern is for people coming at 3 a.m. I don't like that at all. So if we were to focus on like the hours of 7 to 7, which is normal time, does that still make either operation possible, like whether it's offsite or onsite?
It makes both possible.
Okay. And then what about lights? So obviously in the summertime, it's not an issue, but as we go into the clocks change, what is this lit up like a stadium over here, or what do the lights look like when we're?
No, we do. I mean, clearly for safety reasons, if we're working into the, we don't typically work in the dark. Of course, 3 a.m. would be, but we have just a few lights that are housed on our concrete plant itself. That are sort of self-facing into the plant itself, so we can get things just sort of turned on. By the time you start mixing your first batch and moving, it's later. You like to do it as soon as the daylight starts to break, but unfortunately, all of this takes some time to do, whether it's on site or off site.
Okay, and then any details on any plans or details on how we'll be addressing the erosion and sedimentation protection measures related to the concrete plant or whatever's happening here?
So, whatever's happening here would be, we would follow whatever the specific local guidelines are. I'm not going to pretend that I know every rule in Massachusetts. We would do the homework on that to make sure that we followed exactly what it is supposed to be. As well as I think I mentioned to you folks that we have third-party inspectors. Not that I don't trust my own people, I do, but I want to ensure that we're not in a position that we're missing something. So we have third-party inspectors that keep an eye on those things as well. And as I mentioned in my report, it's really about proper management and doing it the right way. So we have to follow what those specific guidelines are and ensure that we're providing the protections it needs for the environment.
Okay, and so then no details on sedimentation, washout basin, or other sedimentation protection measures related to the concrete plant? It's okay if not. I'm just asking if you have any details on that. Or how you'd address erosion or anything like that?
Well, I mean, the site is typically surfaced in a material to prevent erosion. We don't want a mud hole there. As you saw in the video that I sent you, what we do is we line it with stone for the protection so we don't have mud or other issues that develop. Obviously, silt fence is put in place and protected. Any washout is done through a regulated process that we use washout containers for that protects stuff from getting into the environment. I'm sort of laying out for you what's been done in the past, but it's always sort of specific to what those requirements are.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I can address that a little bit. The one person we don't have here tonight is the project engineer from VHB. But what I can tell you specific to that issue is that there are at least 3 different regulatory requirements that are going to be in place to deal with the construction related aspects related to stormwater and erosion and things like that. One of them is the EPA construction general permit. And so that's federal stormwater and sedimentation permit. It's going to control those issues. So that's going to be a requirement that we'll have. Similarly, in the order of conditions, it has 3 conditions, paragraphs 46A to C, that directly address the stormwater and wetland related controls for the concrete plant. If that's the direction that that the concrete production goes in, and that's got to be coordinated with the town engineer and the conservation agent. And then the letter of recommendation from the Groundwater Advisory Committee with respect to the special permit for the groundwater also recommends a similar provision, which we've also incorporated into the special permit itself. So you're going to have all kinds of controls over the operation of this concrete plant with respect to all the issues that you're asking about, specific to stormwater, erosion, and things of that nature. There's going to be weekly reporting on that and weekly inspections, in addition to inspections after any rainfall event over ½ inch, I believe, is the standard.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I could just add to that quickly, just thank you for the clarity on it, is that, this is all stuff that is typically done as we go through the building department side of this. I'm not as used to seeing it on the zoning side, but the reality is that these are all measures that are going to be required to be in place. And I can assure you, we will, whatever has to be done will be met and probably exceeded, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And I think we confirmed, for the dust filters, that's something, I assume that's on all of anything that's stockpiled there. Do they each have different dust filters, or you just don't, you mentioned that it would be unlikely that it would get swept up by wind, or where do the dust filters go? Just within the contraptions?
The dust filters are primarily for the processing of moving the cement from the trailer into the silo, and then from the silo into the hopper. And that's where those dust filters, because that is moved through a screw, which is almost like a conveyor, but kind of more detailed. It should bring this powder substance through, and then any place where there is a location where the cement itself lands into either the hopper or that is where those dust filters exist, which is why I provided you with the details on what was built into the plant.
Okay, so I imagine you wouldn't want to inhale concrete dust. Do the workers on site wear masks, or?
No, typically they don't, because of the fact that we don't have, really, much of any effluent. I think probably the place you see the most of it is, when stone or something is dumped into the hopper, there's a little bit of dust that comes off of that, but it's really not anything to be concerned about. Your other questions, I think, are far more, critical than you worrying about dust. Dust is just not something we deal with often because of those filters are there.
Great. Okay, and I'd like to open up to public comments unless any board members have additional questions or staff has additional questions.
That's it for me.
Okay, I'm going to open up for public comment. This is a public hearing. So if you would like to make a public comment, you can please raise your hand and I will bring you over to speak. First on the list here, I have Henry Scolante. I'm going to allow you to talk if you could just state your name and address. All right, there you go.
Okay, my name is Henry Squilanti, 72 Crestwood Drive in Northbrook. I have some questions on some of the numbers. How many trucks did you say would be required for the cement? Was that the 2,000 trucks?
So what I did there was, yes, that is the 2,000 trucks is what it would take to complete the two shields in.
Okay, all right, stop for a moment. Fine, stop for a moment. You said you're going to pour for 28 days. If you divide 28 days into 2,000, that's 72 trucks a day. That isn't 7 or 8 spaced over 365 days. That's question number one. Question number two, what's the damage going to be with all the trucks coming up Whitney Street through Berlin into Northbrook? Now, I assume you can't go down Barefoot Road up Whitney because the underpass over 290, I don't think your cement trucks will clear that, especially if you have big ones. Second question, you then go over a railroad bridge on Whitney Street. Will that take the weight of these trucks? Okay. And wait a minute, just a third question, then I'll get off to get answer them. If you build a cement plant on site, how many of your own trucks, whether they're cement trucks, will be on site for a period of time? Is it 10 trucks, 5 trucks? Because you'll be producing the cement, putting it into a truck, and then bring it over to the pour site. And the last question is, when you're testing the cement, you're testing the liquid cement still. You're not testing a hardened core, are you? And I think
last question. I heard the others, but I didn't hear that last one.
The last question was we're testing the liquid, not the hardened core, correct?
Correct. So let me take it in this order. Yes, we are testing as the materials arrive on site. We're testing it after it's been batched and mixed. And what we're essentially checking for is air as well as weight. So that happens after it has been mixed or it arrives on site, depending on the scenario that we are talking about.
Oh, so you're testing for density effectively. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that covers all my questions.
Henry, could you just clarify your question about, you had asked about all the trucks on site? What did you?
Yes. Well, when I look at the site pictures that you showed of one of their facilities, they're going to need cement trucks that come from the cement plant to pour because it's not connected. They produce the cement, they put it in a truck, and they bring it over to the pour site. If I'm familiar with cement plants, so you're going to have trucks on site, for a period of time, at least cement trucks.
Okay.
So I think,
Okay.
can I just, Carrie,
All
can
right,
I
so why don't
just,
we have go ahead, Michelle, go ahead.
thank you. Mike, maybe you can help him clarify for Henry's questions. I think what it is when you start with the math of 2,000 trucks over a 52-week period, and you break that down, the math doesn't work out. So I guess the question was, and it sort of goes back to what Millie was saying, if you have 28 pours for 2 shields, is that just 28 days of 7 trucks a day or 12 trucks a day? When you do that math, it doesn't work out to the 2,000 trips. So I think the confusion is in the beginning of your introduction letter, it talked about 2,000 trips. We talked about breaking down those trips to see how much the truckloads would be on the roads. And now that we're talking about offsite versus that, the math doesn't work out. And I think that's what Henry is asking you about is how many trucks would it actually be? Because the math doesn't, when you break it down, it doesn't work out.
Thank you, Michelle.
So there's a couple of things to take into consideration, and this goes to his traffic question that he mentioned as well, which specifically is that, of course, if the trucks are ours and they're on site, they're not on the roadways lining up in any way, shape, or form because they're maintained on our site. The concrete plant that we have, the location of it is on these same sites, so we're not actually pulling out on any roads for any reason. And because of that, we can actually put more concrete into the trucks specifically in order to be able to do delivery, because we don't have to meet the guidelines of what they are on the street. They're just driving around on the site themselves. So we have trucks that are a little bit larger, a good bit larger in terms of what their capacity is, which is where some of the confusion may be coming from. But, the important takeaway is that if those particular you asked about where those trucks are going to be able to come if they were coming from off-site. That is absolutely an issue of what roads are acceptable, what roads are safe, railroad bridges, things of that nature would all have to be figured out with that particular supplier. And again, one of the reasons why we prefer to have those specifically on site.
Okay.
So,
just one comment. That I would think that the board would want to have some sort of clause in there that after all the pours or bring the raw material in, whether it's sand, cement, and gravel, you would want them to repair the roads that they probably, by that time they bring in, whether it's raw material or cement, they're going to do a lot of damage to whatever road they're driving on.
Okay. And the question about the railroad, that wasn't about an overpass. Was that about the tracks? You asked about the railroad tracks?
Well, a railroad bridge has a certain capacity that you can bring a truck over.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Okay. And the other one was an underpass under 290. There's a certain height to that, and I forget what the height is. I know the one on Hudson Street is 12 feet, but I'm not sure what the other one is. So,
Kip, there's a, to Mr. Squanty's point, there's a weight limit. I don't think we'll be using the rail pass because there's a 6-ton limit. Are the trucks heavier than 6 tons?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So through the chair to Mr. Squanty, we would be coming off coming up Whitney Street from Berlin in the rotary down below. We couldn't go up through Whitney to Barefoot.
Okay. And with that question, I have a question. Does Berlin get a say that you can bring their trucks over their roads? This is just a rhetorical question.
Well, we don't know that actually. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I just.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think that answers, and thank you very much for taking my questions.
Okay. Thanks, Henry.
Thank you, sir.
Going back to the number question for a second. So now I'm confused. It's not a total of 2,000 trucks divided by 28 days. So it's 2,000 trucks in total that we are looking at here, but not necessarily.
If the trucks carry 10 cubic yards per truck, that is the way those numbers come out. What the difference here is that I was using the calculations based on our own trucks specifically, which we can put quite a bit more on because we don't have to go out on the roads.
Okay, so I misunderstood. When Millie first asked, or Michelle first asked, it sounded like there was no difference between on-site or off-site for number of trucks.
There is, I'm sorry, I perhaps didn't explain it well. We are absolutely able to use more concrete on our own trucks because of them not going out on the road. What I don't want to appear is that I'm trying to slant this in a way that is, is skewing the numbers. We were basing this on, how would this play out with respect to having the concrete site on plant, have the concrete plant on site.
Okay. All right. I'm going to bring in Scott Stockland. Whoops. So you're in an old version of Zoom. You're going to be promoted to panelist, which was going to put you on video. So be prepared. All right. You are rejoining as a panelist. It may just take a minute for Scott to join. Okay. Maybe that didn't work. Jim, do you see him lost in transition?
So I'm trying to look for him now. I do not see him. There may be a disconnection issue due to the outdated client. So I'll keep an eye out to see if he logs back in.
Okay. Or else he would have to call back in. All right. So I'll move down the line then, and then if Scott comes back on, we'll pull him in there. Okay. Let's see. James Shore. I'm going to move you in. Okay. James Shore, if you just say your name and address.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Shore. I am a resident of Northborough here at 34 Coolidge Circle. And I had a couple of comments I'd like to make. First of all, I apologize for not making the meeting last week. I wasn't aware of it, and I was supposed to be, because of my involvement with this, being a butter to this. I was promised by the town that I would be notified, but I did not receive the information I requested last week about this, and I just received it this afternoon. It seems to be a problem receiving emails from Kathy Joubert and I. This happened before, so I apologize because there were some comments made about us, about people being on the call in our commitment. Just as the board knows, I've spent close to $10,000, including donations from the neighborhood, to pay for lawyer fees to defend against this case here. We've spent thousands of hours on this project. On top of doing that, that's like everybody else, I have a full-time job supporting my family. I travel quite extensively to perform audits of very complicated manufacturing processes of medical devices, including sterilization facilities. So I have some knowledge of this process and what they're trying to accomplish here. Just to give you an idea of how much time we've spent, both my wife and I were deposed by the Steris lawyers for over 8 hours, asking us repeatedly same questions. Essentially, it was a good waste of time and money on our behalf because we had to pay for the lawyers to be there. Just as a side note, it only took our lawyer about a quarter of the time to depose their people. Even after all of that time and money that was wasted, Steris tried to have my PILA thrown out. And again, that is not going to happen. And as far as I'm concerned, this appeal is still in play. So all the time and money we are spending right now, hearing these cases, hearing the details of this, are a waste of taxpayer money and time because as far as this appeal goes on, it's not going to happen. We can talk about this concrete. We can talk about it for hours, but it's not going to happen until this appeal is done. And if and when it goes to court, and if and when, if we lose, we will appeal it. And again, it's already gone on for years already. So I just want you to be aware that stand by. This could be quite a timeline for this to even go any further. Again, I apologize that you are having to go through this. And again, I would request that the time that the planning board spends on this to cease until the court case is finalized. Just as a side note, my property is within 50 feet of the construction area, which was improperly stated by the ZBA and Steris. That quiet area is my area that I use to deal with my PTSD and have a quiet space where I can go out and do exercises. It's going to be dramatically impacted by this proceeding. And again, as long as I am the landowner of 34 Coolidge Circle, I am not going to stop this appeal. I have yet to get some answers regarding Steris, and one of my questions that I will ask at the end here is about the location of the other Steris facilities and the proximity to surrounding neighborhoods. If you look, they have not given you the answers. At least I cannot find that. So they cannot, with honesty, tell you the proximity of these manufacturing sites that they want to set up and the proximity of residential areas. I've done some Google Map searches. There is nobody near those in a residential area. Not 50 feet, not 500 feet. Okay, and also in the lack of data, they have no idea how dangerous it is to have this type of factory this close to the neighborhood. I have been inside sterilization facilities and seen the controls and operations of gamma sterilizers and ethylene oxide sterilizers. These processes are inherently dangerous. The people tell you that they are not and they are safe is not true. Those dosimeters that was brought up earlier are there. Those measurement devices are put inside or with the product inside the carriers as they're put in through the conveyor belt system inside the chamber. So that way they can monitor and verify that the product got the right dose exposure. So for them to tell you that those things are not adequate, those are used in manufacturing as part of the process. And those are recorded and part of the batch records that's part of the production paperwork. Now, again, I've been in industry for over 30 years, and you can't tell me, and you can't convince me that light manufacturing requires the building of 12-foot thick walls and ceilings. And again, them telling you that this is inherently safe is not true. Safety controls are overridden all the time. People get hurt, people die, and buildings have exploded, including the facility and the sterilizing facility in California. Yeah, they can show you, but I have not seen any safety data to show that they have not had any reportable events to the OSHA or anything regarding that. Just shutting off the power does not happen. If anybody's read any books, all right, about safety in industry, a great book you should read is called Set Phaser on Stun by Stephen Casey, where he'll explain to you real cases of people that have died because people have overridden the safety protocols. There's a story about a nuclear reactor where the operators overrode the safety controls and were evaporated inside the container. Okay, there are cases where, like I said, the sterilizer in actually Ontario, California, where the people overrode the safety controls and caused the building to explode, causing thousands of dollars of damage. The vessel was blown out and people were hurt dramatically. So this is not a lie that you can have a safe process. That close to a neighborhood, I find that really to be disheartening, to think that Steris would try to feed the town and to feed this board that this is inherently safe process and this close to the neighborhood is not an issue. On top of that, I've been in construction sites. I've been in the big dig and I've worked in concrete. It is not a clean process. The filters that they're talking about are not going to do anything. We go out there, yeah, we can talk about what we're going to do, but reality, the people that are doing the work don't always know what we're talking about. They're not part of this loop. So what they do to get their job done may not fit what they're telling to you, and it's going to cover the entire neighborhood. Again, I have a little garden over on that side. I'm building up a little area so I can go over there. I'm going to be covered in dust every day I go out there, and that's just not acceptable to me. So my questions I have, and again, I apologize. I'm a little vocal and I seem to be a little on edge. It's very disappointing to hear some of the statements that are being made as being told as truths when they're not, in fact, facts. My first question is, what is the distance of these other sterilizer facilities that are being planned to be built in proximity to the residential areas? And are they as close as here in Northborough? That's my first question. Do we have any information on that, please?
Okay, why don't we start there? So we have Ontario, California, and Libertyville. And I just want to make sure. So it looked like the last we heard, they weren't in operation, but I had seen a response to a resident's email. I thought, Mike, you had said that 2 are currently operating. So are there 2 operating or no? But Mike, that question was for you. I don't know if you do you need me to unmute? Okay. So are there 2 operating already?
No, we have several in construction.
Oh, okay. I thought I must have misread it, or it looked like you had said 2 are operating. All right. So the ones that are, oh, sorry, go ahead.
This is David Jackson, Senior Manager for Radiation Safety. Although we do not have X-ray facilities in operation, there are X-ray sterilization facilities in operation in the United States. We had answered this on a document quite some time ago, but there's a company in Fremont, California, another one in New Jersey in the United States that are operating X-ray sterilization facilities, and there are a couple other ones operating throughout the world.
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt, that's not answering the question.
Right, guys, you got to break it up. David, I'm going to put you on mute because we're going to focus on this. Thank you. Okay, Jim, did you have a question?
Yes. Again, we didn't hear the answer. They're not telling you the distance. Because,
okay, yeah. So then back to, so I'm looking at Ontario and Libertyville because the only 3 that I know of that I've seen from Steris in the materials that I've received are Northborough, Ontario, and Libertyville. Are there any other Steris US locations that have this exact technology? Mike? Mike Crowley, I think that's for you. So are those the 3 in the US that Steris has operating for this specific technology?
Yeah. So again, Steris specifically does not have X-rays in operation. We do have E-beams in operation. And again, the E-beam is produced by the same accelerator that we're talking about. We know that we have one plant that's about, we believe, 500 feet from neighboring residents.
Okay, so Ontario, how far is Ontario from residents, I guess? Is that the 500?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I don't have any of that information.
Okay. Or Libertyville, do either for that? No, okay. All right, so Jim, we don't have an answer on that one. Do you have another question?
So, okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was one of my questions. So 500 feet versus 50, okay. And then I didn't hear an answer, and I don't know if this was answered in the information of documents, but what is going to be the impact to power and Wi-Fi and cable in the network in this neighborhood? I mean, we're talking about a lot of energy. Okay, I'm not an electrical engineer, but I know it's a lot of energy that has to take to generate this the source here. And you know they're going to be doing a lot of construction here. So how is that going to affect us since we're that close? Do we have any studies on that by chance?
So in the report that we got, it was stated there was no impact, and the peer reviewers did not have a comment on that. Mike, do you have any further any information that shows that, or data that shows that, or just?
Again, Madam Chair, I obviously we meet with National Grid to talk about the project and the requirements, and National Grid ensures us that we'll have the appropriate power, and there wouldn't be any with the operation of our plant any effect to the neighbors and their ability to run their appliances or whatever.
Oh no, but what about just with like interfering with wireless or radio or stuff like that? Not like a power thing, but a.
We have no information that's going to no evidence that there's going to be an issue with any of that.
Yeah. So, okay. So that answers my question, which is there's no data to support that it won't impact us. Okay. The next.
I'm sorry.
You have data?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. That's not what I said. I said again, we have E-beams that are running with the same type of power draws and the same type of shielding, and we've seen no impact to that. effect.
Okay, so the 500 feet versus 50 feet. Okay, got it. And then the manufacturing, the concrete, like I said, not only is this, I bought my house with the understanding this is like manufacturing. Anything that requires that kind of concrete is not like manufacturing. But nevertheless, we're talking about pouring. I heard these conversations about last time about coming in at 4 a.m. over 18 months or 7 o'clock and working till 7 p.m. Okay, I have a home office. The noise is going to be huge. And I mean, the noise itself, never mind the dust, the noise from generating from all those trucks is going to be horrendous. And I don't know if there's anything they can do to minimize the noise. It doesn't sound like it. They need a lot of trucks to come in there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know what they're planning to do. And again, the whole dust and dirt of the neighborhood, I don't see how these little filters are going to help. And like I said, when your boots on the ground doing the work versus what they're presenting to you are going to be totally two different things. And I don't think the building inspector is going to want to spend his time in a concrete area because he's going to be covered and it's going to be noisy and it's going to be loud, which is my third question regarding the noise. I saw a noise study that was performed, that was done on my property without my permission, which is trespassing because I have no trespassing signs on my property. So for them to go on my property and actually conduct the noise study, I'm very upset. And I'm going to take this up with the town police here. For them to do that noise study, I have consultants that I'm ready to hire as part of my appeal to prove that the noise will exceed the limits that the town even has. Never mind basic common decency to neighbors. So I'm really concerned about that. So I'm really, the extra noise affects my hearing. I lost my hearing due to my service in the military due to high frequency of helicopters and large caliber weapons. This kind of noise is going to set my PTSD off with all this extra noise and high frequency that's going on. What are they planning to do to minimize that? And I don't think there is anything they can do.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. So we do actually have our acoustical expert on that can speak to some of Mr. Shore's concerns in terms of what equipment was placed where and what mitigation efforts we have in store to meet the town and state requirements. That's Mark.
Oh, sure. That'd be great. Hi, Mark.
Wallace.
Yeah.
Hi,
Any comments from you, Mark?
Yeah, this is Mark Wallace from Tech Environmental. We're in Waltham, Massachusetts. With regards to Mr. Shore's comment about being on his property, that's totally inaccurate. We never went onto his property to do our sound monitoring program. We set up a long-term sound meter on the property, on Steris's property, the property line. And we did do some short-term measurements in the neighborhood, but they were all done at the street level, not on people's properties. So with regards to that, we never go on onto anybody's property without proper approval from the property owner. That's not the proper way to do that. With regards to sound mitigation, our report lays out, again, it's a conceptual design sound study, but we did list a number of sound mitigation measures that would require using silencers on the blower systems that they're proposing on the rooftop equipment, as well as enclosures for the chillers. It's all sort of spelled out in our report, and I'd be happy to take any questions about that. Again, as this process is going, and we'll be working with Steris, as they go through the final design, we'll continue to look at any additional mitigation measures that may be necessary to ensure that we're meeting the sound limits at the property line at the nearest residences. So we did that both from the noise bylaw that the town has, which is a 5 decibel limit above ambient at the property line, and then we'll also follow along with the Mass DEP noise policy, which also sets a allowable limit at the property line, and also does not allow for pure tone conditions, which are tonal sounds from different pieces of equipment. And we also did the evaluation at people's homes. And that was all done through acoustic modeling. That's not going on people's properties. That's through using standard acoustic practices and acoustic modeling to assess what the potential noise levels would be at those particular homes.
Okay. And the mitigation proposed, did it still meet the 5 decibels without the mitigation? That was just to make it even quieter?
No, this was to make it actually comply. Yes. So
otherwise it's not compliant.
it would be out of compliance. That's correct.
And so if construction were to occur prior to 7 a.m., then that would also be a factor in the calculations.
No, our analysis focused strictly on the operations of the facility. We did not look at construction noise. And that's because it was our understanding, at least, our work was focusing on the operations, not on the construction noise.
That's okay.
And the fact is that the assumption was that they're going to comply with the noise bylaw, which is allowing construction operations between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
Okay. All right, Jim, does that answer your question?
Well, I guess, Madam Chair, what is confusing then is on page 10 of the sound study, it shows that the receptors that were placed and the actual location, and then on page 11 it actually shows a map. So what I don't understand, if those receptors had to, or someone had to go out there and measure them, those receptors had to physically be there, or am I missing something here? Because this is what the map shows, and this is what that table shows.
Is that just modeling, or is that physical placement?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's modeling. So these are actually data points that are put into our acoustic model. If you look at on figure 1, page 11, we show a green dot where we did the long-term sound measurements. The white and black checkered marks are actually just modeling receptor locations.
So the lowest ambient sound level was not actually a recording; it was a model.
No, that's incorrect. The lowest ambient sound level measurement is a. Then we do predicted sound levels from each piece of equipment, and then calculate what the sound level would be. The potential increase in sound level would be through the modeling at each receptor location.
So you're telling me R21 has the same low ambient sound level as somebody that's further down? Because Madam Chair, R21 is my property. That's the rear property of 34 Coolidge Circle. This model shows that R21 would have the same ambient sound as R20, even though my R21 is closer to a manufacturing industrial plant that's running. That's, I guess, is confusing me.
Oh, okay. So is there a reason why that would play out that way in the modeling?
So what we do is, again, I'm not sure what numbers he's talking specifically to, but the lowest ambient sound level was based on long-term monitoring at the property line. When we did the spot measurements in the neighborhood, they were roughly about the same. So again, we rather base it on long-term monitoring because you can see the different fluctuations of sound that occur over that period of time rather than just on a simple single spot measurement that we take just to justify whether our long-term measurements are accurate for representing the neighborhood itself. If you look at table 4 on page 10, yeah, so the lowest ambient sound level is 38. That's the column that says lowest ambient sound level. Next to it is the projected sound level from the facility itself, from its equipment. And then the total sound level is the combination of adding the sound levels with the measured sound levels to come up with the potential future sound level. And then that change in sound level is shown in the sound level increase. So it's somewhere between 0 and 3 decibels.
Okay. All right, Jim, I want to make sure I give other people a chance to ask questions. Does that answer why you may not agree with the results, but did you get all your questions out okay?
I did, Madam Chair, just as for the record, if necessary, this will be escalated during the appeal because the sound engineer we have ready to hire will counteract and disagree with his statements. And again, just so the board understands, this is a model. This is predictive. This isn't actual data. Boots on the ground is going to be different. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the board.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, I have Joanne Stockland. I'm gonna, oops, did I lose you? Nope, there you are. Okay, Joanne, you're on.
Hello.
Oh, hello, just your name and address, please.
Hi, this is Joanne's husband, Scott Stockland. I had to switch computers in the house.
Okay.
So,
sorry, Scott, I just missed your address there. I just need your.
12 Patrick Drive.
Got it. Okay.
So I want to just make a couple of comments. I've been listening to this meeting since it started at 6 o'clock, and I hear a lot of talk about regulations, inspections, monitoring devices, and things like that. But at the end of the day, what this really is going to come down to, and the nexus for all of these regulations and inspections relies on STERIS itself. And sadly, we in Northborough, in this neighborhood particularly, have been down this road with STERIS before. In 1990, STERIS came to Northborough with some new sterilization, state-of-the-art technology using ethylene oxide and gamma radiation, and we were told it was safe. Less than 4 years later, something happened, and there was a release of 20 pounds of carcinogenic ethylene oxide into the air, requiring neighbors within a half a mile of that site to be evacuated. The Northborough Fire Department showed up, the Berlin Fire Department showed up, and they couldn't do a thing. They had to sit there and wait for over an hour for federal hazmat investigators and responders to come and deal with this situation. So now it's 2021, and STERIS is coming back to Northborough again with a new sterilization technology called X-ray. And again, we're being told it's safe. Don't worry, got all these regulations, all these inspections are going to happen. Nothing's going to happen to you. Yet, this is a company with a very poor safety record. They have been cited by OSHA 15 times in the last 20 years and been forced, and the violations have been so serious that they've been assessed penalties. Some of those violations have been repeat, meaning that they were told it was a violation, they didn't fix it, they came back, they inspected it again, recognized it again, and finally slapped a fine on these people. That's almost once a year. That's unacceptable, and that's unacceptable for a residential neighborhood. And so I'm asking the planning board to deny this application for the following reasons. Number one, this technology is too dangerous to exist within a few feet of a residential neighborhood. In addition to that, we're dealing with a company with a very spotty safety record, which has already endangered Northborough. This leak happened in 1994. We don't know 26 years later whether there are any people in the area that developed cancer. I would love to find that out. I don't know if we will ever know that. Finally, or next, the construction plan, and I know it's being potentially changed here, but starting at 3 a.m. is absurd, quite frankly. And I don't know if that was a negotiation ploy that was kind of thrown out there, expecting the town to push back on it, and then they would say, oh, well, okay, we'll acquiesce on this piece and seem like it's a good neighbor. But that, quite frankly, is absurd. For over a year, you're expecting people to sit here in the dark while construction is going on with lights like Gillette Stadium going on in the background and all kinds of noise. And you just heard Jim talk about the fact that people that live along this boundary are largely working from home these days and may continue to work from home. How are they expected to have conference calls going on and talk to people at work with this kind of noise going on a mere 50 to 100 feet behind their house? All right. And then finally, and this is something that nobody has really talked about yet, the town is creating a single-use property. Down the road, when STERIS has come and STERIS has gone, what are we going to be left with? You're going to be left with an unusable blight that nobody's going to be able to do anything with. Nobody's going to buy a facility with 12-foot thick concrete walls in a maze structure. So this structure is going to sit there. It's going to be extremely expensive for somebody to tear down. Nobody's going to do it. And you're just going to have another dead piece of property similar to what this town did with SA Farm. He has basically turned 13 acres of Northborough into a dead zone that nobody is ever going to be able to deal with again. So that concludes my comments. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Scott. So I don't know who can answer this question. I wanted to follow up on Scott's concern about safety record in general for Steris. I don't know who's the right person for that. If you just either unmute yourself or raise your hand. I don't know if that's Mike or David or who is good to answer that.
This is David Jackson, Madam Chair. I would not be prepared to look to answer that right now. I don't recall OSHA violations of that magnitude or that number, but I would actually have to do some research before any answers on that would be provided.
Okay. Mike, do you have any information? So as you know, a lot of neighbors sent over information today, and there are quite a few files and articles and links to the violations that were shared with us. And I assume you received all the emails as well. Did they come to you, Mike?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I did look at a few of them. What I can say is that we have a number of facilities across the country and across the globe. And to have a violation in one plant here and there with upwards to 60 plants across the globe, it's kind of unfair and maybe a little misleading to say that we have an awful safety record. We're actually proud of our safety record. We're proud of our safety to our employees with so many plants going years without any safety incidents, OSHA recordables or OSHA days away. Our record overall for across the country is world class, and I would really put our organization up against anybody's organization when it comes to safety and the safety of our people, and quite frankly also the concern for our residents.
Okay, so so here's an example. This looks like it came to you specifically just recently in it was filed in March 2021, and it's from violations from 2020. This is to you, and it's correct, for air pollution control and failure to maintain records. So that's something specific to you?
No, so actually what you're showing here is a record we were just audited with the DEP, and the citations that they had to do with the installation of a generator that we have on site for the safety equipment, the abatement equipment for the EO process, and the issues raised by the DEP inspector were mitigated within a month or two. It had to do with pulling a certificate for the installation of a natural gas fired generator that originally the inspector thought was installed on one date. It was actually installed earlier. So some of the things that he had initially thought that were relevant to the generator were not, because of the date of installation. But it was only with the installation of the generator, and the record keeping was just keeping an accurate record of when the generator starts and when it stops. So it's again, the air pollution control is a little misleading, but it was just the installation of the generator, the certification of the generator when it was installed, and then maintaining that record of when the generator runs. And the generator only runs a couple of hours a year, if that. And I think the threshold is 300 hours a year, and that's just because it's a backup generator. So it's not being run on a regular basis, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. So, and then it looks like, so we did receive links to, I think, Mr. Stockland had sent over what he was referring to with what he saw for, what he's referring to for the 15 violations. Just, it looks like it doesn't tell location. So I guess I don't want to look into everyone, but these are just typical violations across the country.
So yeah, so some are in New Jersey, Minnesota, El Paso, Texas, Ontario, California, Spartanburg, South Carolina. So they're spread over across a number of plants. I didn't really get into the weeds of what they actually were, but they're not. We never want to have a violation, but they're not very egregious by any means.
Okay. And just
Madam Chair, Matt?
Sorry, I'm just finishing up here.
Okay.
Yep, that's okay. I just want to make sure that, Scott had commented on these things, and I know you didn't necessarily have answers for them, but I just wanted to represent what Scott had sent over. And I think I took them out of the panelist box. Scott, you still have your hand up. I don't know if that's on purpose. Scott, did you have something? Did you have your hand up still on purpose?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. The other things that he had sent over was just in terms of, and speaking of these, the leak that had happened in Northborough, it notes that there were fines, there were four safety violations from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and also a violation from the Atomic Energy Commission had also found, across the different, I think there was only a few for the Northborough one, but then other problems on other locations from the Atomic Energy Commission. So those are some violations that he had shared. He had shared an article about the leak in the town. And then he had sent over just issues that the fire department had noted in 2005 that a couple things are really concerning to me, and I was hoping that you could maybe speak to, is that it had been noted that there was a pattern of a lack of safety of employees, pattern of lack of regard for the safety at the facility. I mean, I'm sure you read this note. I think it makes a lot of, the fire department at the time made a lot of serious concerns about safety and violations and following protocol that I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, or it would be good to understand why that was the case and why it won't be the case any longer, how we can be rest assured that that won't be the case any longer. I think that's all that we got from Scott. I just wanted to represent that. I know, any comments on that, Mike?
Only, Madam Chair, that this is not within the scope of the discussion for 425.
Well, no, I'm talking about your the operations of your company in general, not related to, it could just be that how your company operates. I'm curious to find out if a resident is asked, what is the company's history, or what is there for safety or violations or things like that. I think it's related to your company operations. And
sure, and yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I thought I just spoke to that. Again, you're bringing in the operation or the performance of sites across the country, one here and there over 15, 20 years going back, and talking about incidents that happened 20 years ago that I don't know that are relevant to this point.
Madam Chair, I'd like to comment on that as well.
Sure, go right ahead.
I think this is more than a little unfair to Steris and the applicant. We're in front of the planning board, and we're in front of the planning board for two items of zoning relief. One is related to groundwater and a special permit for groundwater, and the second is for site plan, which is to address ingress and egress to the property. to dredge up things that happened 25 years ago on a project that your own peer review consultants said. One of the quotes was, "You could operate this system 24/7 and no one was harmed." Another quote, direct quote from your peer review: "This machine is inherently safe. Nothing is needed to stop it except the concrete." So to go back, and now we're talking about OSHA violations, and I just think that this is tremendously unfair to the applicant, especially given the nature of the relief that's actually requested from this board by the applicant. It's groundwater and it's site plan review. It's not regulating ingress and or it's not doing anything more than getting to the site and getting off the site and being able to do that safely in vehicles, and are the buildings arranged in the right way and things of that nature. This is not supposed to be an audit of every inspection that STERIS has had at every one of its facilities all over the world. And I just think that's a little bit unfair to try and take into something that's supposed to be groundwater and something that's supposed to be site plan review.
Well, part of our, okay, I heard you. No, excuse me. I'm responding to what you said. Part of what we do is to ensure the safety. Much of what the safety of this project involves is a high level of reporting and regulation. And I am just wondering, and I've asked, as it's been brought up to us and submitted to us, what is the history in those areas? Because it is part of our review to determine if this relies on a high level of reporting and regulation that we don't even have the insight to. I'd like to understand, because it sounds like we have to be proactive about the report if we access the reports. I'd like to understand what is happening. Are there issues? Have there been issues? And that's all. It was just to get that out there.
And no one is trying to hide anything from the board. In fact, I think we've been more than open with the board in giving you folks all kinds of information, as much as we can possibly provide and as much as we have available to us. We brought the whole team out here on a number of occasions, and we paid for peer reviews on subjects that the board has no jurisdiction over. All of these questions about radiation and the x-rays and all of these things are subject to exclusive state jurisdiction, which is something that this board has been informed of and knows of. And perhaps you need some more guidance from town council. But we would really appreciate being able to stick to the zoning questions of what for the relief that we're actually requesting from the board.
Okay, I'm going to get back to public comment. So I'm going to pull in Ann Beckstrom, and I have you on. If you just state your name and address.
Hi, this is Ann Beckstrom. I live over on 152 Bartlett Street in Northborough. And, I've just been listening to public commentary and discussion previously, and I'm kind of floored. I think it's absolutely outrageous that we could actually think that an operation like this could be happening 50 feet within a neighborhood of, abutting neighbors. It just floors me, and I guess I'm happy that I don't live in that neighborhood, because I just wouldn't be able to bear it. The noise of having trucks coming in and out at those hours of the morning and construction operation like that, I just find it absolutely outrageous. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, thanks, Ann. Okay. Oh no, did I disconnect Ann? I may have. Jim, could you make sure that Ann's able to get back in case I disconnected her? Oh no, I see her.
I see her, yep.
Yep, I thought I disconnected her. Okay, I'm going to bring in Rachel Burnswig. Rachel, you're going to be promoted to panelist, and we may lose you as a result, but... Oops, there you are. There you are. Yep, just...
Hi there, okay. I hope not to disappoint. This is Rachel's husband, Michael. But I have to say,
I'm sorry, just your address?
Yeah, 4 Jenkins Drive here in Northborough, and our family has lived in the town over 15 years. I have to say, this project, the scope and the level of what's being discussed is quite honestly scary. I find in the meetings that I've attended, the answers and the documentation and responses provided have been somewhat evasive, to be honest. Just looking from the other end, to be upfront, I don't think I've ever seen any corporation over the years bring in the level of attorneys and consultants and individuals to this board. It almost feels like there's a level of strong arming going on here. At the end of the day, it does not feel like the right project for the town, does not feel like the right project for the groundwater and the other concerns that are in that area, and for the residents of the town. I think at the end of the day, I think in the best interests of the residents of the town of Northborough, I think there are many projects for this 425 Whitney Street that pose a much lower level of risk. I think the level of risk is being minimized. I also think that it's been presented as an operation that's not 24/7, but just looking at all of the other operations across the country and around the world from Steris AST, I don't find that to be accurate. And even just a quick look of some reviews from actual employees of Steris AST across the country, just within the U.S. I just want to read two quick quotes right here from an employee. The average employee rating of people actually working for this company in the U.S. for this division is 2.7 on a scale of 5. One employee writes, "The communication is terrible at best. Management cares more about themselves. There's a huge turnover rate of employees, so you're always understaffed." And they end by saying, they give all new employees, and I think we're talking about production level employees, day shifts and stuff people who have been there the longest on night shifts. It takes an act of Congress to move someone from night shift to day shift. There's no one that wants to work nights. So to say that this is going to be, a daytime thing, I don't think that's accurate. So just wanted to get those points out there, but I think in the interest of the residents of the town of Northborough, I think there are many other, operations without 12-foot concrete walls and regions of the trying to minimize, what the real impact is here. And I think a quick search of, different and things against company over the years, shows what I believe is the true story.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. All right, I have one more question, it looks like. Actually, I have two more. Henry, I'm going to bring you back in. Do you have something new to add, Henry?
Yes, just a comment that Mr. McKay made. I want to thank the planning board for looking out for the safety of the town of Northborough, not just looking at the one or two things they were supposed to look at. But I'm glad that the board will take the time and the effort to look at all the issues and not just the two they're supposed to look at, because that's a lot of times what the boards do. They're told they can look at this and this and this, but nobody looks at the whole picture. And I think you have been. So I want to thank the board. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Henry. All right, and it looks like I have the last one here. John Wickstead, I'm going to bring you in. Yep, just your name and address.
Hi, it's John Wickstead, 2 Sturtbrook Lane in Northborough. I just had a comment regarding, Steris Corporation. This is a multinational corporation with facilities all over the United States and in many other countries. And I'm just wondering how much effort they put into finding another site that isn't 50 feet from somebody's house. I mean, it would be impossible to find a 5-acre industrial site that is closer to houses. Like when you look at the Northborough map, like, this area of Whitney Street, there's not a single industrial site that is as close to houses and as many houses as this site. And I recognize that Steris has value in putting their facilities close to the highway. And it's close to an off-ramp on 290, and that 290 interchange is close to 495. And I'm sure that has business value for them. But I just wonder why a multinational corporation can find a 5-acre site close to a highway off-ramp that is not 50 feet from somebody's house.
Oh, is that it?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to put you back there. I think that was it for comments. I'm going to just quickly recognize some communications we received today for the record. I'm going to run through just quickly. We had, and just make sure everybody got them because we had quite a few come in at the same time. So we had an email come in from Diana Adams Woodruff at 46 Coolidge Circle, who expressed concerns with the plan and the concrete facility as well. Just expressed concern with that in general. We had an email come in from John and Leona Zawacki at 26 Coolidge Circle, that they've been in town since 1975 and had some concerns about the project, the building with the 12-feet walls, the cement mixing, the hours of operation, or the hours of cement starting at 3 a.m., and had some concerns with that. We covered emails from Scott Stockland. I think that was 19 Patrick Circle. I'd have to check at the original email. I think it was 19 Patrick Drive. Just with a link to the violations that we reviewed. Another email from Scott Stockland with the article about the leaks. I have an email from Russell Lang, which actually I don't have an address. 21 Coolidge Circle. Had some concerns with the plant being 1,500 feet from his house. Let's see. Had concerns about property values. Scott sent a long, 12 Patrick Drive. Scott Stockland's from 12 Patrick Drive. He sent in a longer email that had some questions. The process being dangerous near people, question of light manufacturing being defined as less capital intensive and more consumer focused. The construction plans had concerns, especially about the timing, the lighting, the noise, the trucks, dirt, debris. Had concerns about noise level after construction. What to do if there's an accident, what kind of plans or emergency plan is in place. Will there be a plan for residents to have as well if there's some sort of emergency? Asking about the concrete walls for cracks, any issue with the water supply, cell and wireless interference, who in town is responsible for it, people working out of their homes. We had an email from Bob and Rhonda Van Buren at 150 Maynard Street, also expressing concerns in an area next to residential, who had concerns with the project itself, noise, trucks, and early morning disruptions, that part related to the concrete site. We had another email from Scott that shared the concerns out of the fire department and another article that we referenced earlier this evening. We had an email from Jody Martinson at 15 Coolidge Circle that she's been in the neighborhood for 50 years, abutting what was supposed to be an industrial park for light industry. That over the time she feels has expanded beyond the initial scope of what it was intended to be. Let's see. We have an email from Brian and Kathy Harris at 416 Whitney Street. Concerns about the special permit site plan approval and the special permit for the groundwater. 22 years in the neighborhood, had concerns about long-term impact on the neighborhood. Didn't understand that, or concerned about the need for 12-foot thick walls next to a residential neighborhood. Asked about questions if it was ongoing radiation would be harmful to the families and children. Asked if it was consistent with light industrial. Asked about environmental impact of the building and the concrete processing facility in groundwater. Asked on impact on water and air, asked about impact on environmental safety, asked about the concrete plant, noise, trucking activity, impact on residents with respiratory problems, noise at 3 a.m. Those are the concerns there. An email from Carrie McMullen at no address. Oh, her family is in Coolidge Circle. I don't have the exact address. She had concerns with any sort of impact on kids outside, if there's any issues there. Wanted to know about other sites in the country that do this processing. Asked about if we were comfortable as what she termed as a guinea pig. That had concerns about the 12 feet thick walls. Had concerns about the safety if this hasn't been tested before. Had concerns about the original variance, the construction, how noise complaints will be dealt with, what the real financial benefit would be compared to what the risk is with the project. Just questions of safety. I think that's it. I have an email from Lisa Stone, 17 Coolidge Circle. She had just asked about risk factors, just business and operational risks that were listed in the STERIS annual report, and wanted to know what kind of risks would be related to this project, whether it's any sort of events or, let's see, casualties, injuries, anything that was called. She just had shared that section from the financial report with us. I have an email from Bonnie Lang. I think her questions are answered, actually. Let's see. She had some questions about the concrete facility, which was explained to her was temporary. She had a question about being the first in the U.S. to have a facility, and the answer was that there were 2 other similar facilities operating in the U.S. Risk of an accident was answered. There's no risk. If it's really light manufacturing, the answer was that STERIS doesn't manufacture anything. It's a sterilization process. Asking about the walls being a red flag, the answer was not. It was appropriate, mathematically calculated. Effect on groundwater, answer is no effect. Hazardous materials, none. Asked about traffic and noise, answer is no impact. Property values, no impact. I think that might be the end of it.
Through the chair, Bonnie Lang had reached out through the Zoom host email. I had instructed them to raise their hand during the public comment period, but I did not see them raise their hand. And same goes for Gina Babcock. They both had asked questions, and I had asked both of them to raise their hand during the public comment period, but I did not see them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so do they? So it's Bonnie. Bonnie, did Bonnie have her hand raised? I missed it.
No, so neither of them raised their hand throughout the period, but both had reached out through the Q&A and through Zoom host email, and I had instructed both to raise their hand during the public comment period so that their questions could be reflected in the public record.
Oh, okay. Bonnie, Bonnie, I brought you over. Do you have a question that you wanted to?
Oh, I was just saying that that whole, starting at 3 a.m., is going to be a huge issue for the neighborhood for the year. And I couldn't understand how that could be like an acceptable, just run of the mill. Yeah, this is what the company is going to do. But also I think other people have voiced the concerns that I have, which is I can't imagine why we would have such a, there's so many reasons not to go forward with this that I just can't believe that Northborough, my beautiful town, is considering this and that we might go through with this. It's like a nightmare. So I think we've talked about it, and there's many reasons. I don't think we need to go into it again. So you can just state for the record that I agree with all the concerns, and I don't think it's, I think it's been minimized here. The real concerns to like the residents here who live here.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then Gina.
She
you
did
wanna-
have her hand raised, but she lowered it. Yeah.
Oh, Gina, did you want to talk or no? I lost you. Gina, we lost you. Okay. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. Okay. Gina, did you want to say something? Oh, shoot. I did it again. Gina, did you have anything to add? Maybe not. You keep raising your hand. Just
I believe she's
Am
muted.
I unmuted now?
You are. Yep. I just need your name and address.
50, Gina Babcock, 54 Coolidge Circle.
Okay.
My question is, when they criteria for construction for this facility is they're supposed to have a year to construct a building. Is that the criteria or?
Well, I think Bob had mentioned before, Bob Federico, the zoning enforcement officer had said that they would have up to a year. I think temporary structures are a year, and then he could extend that by 6-month periods or so, whatever the extension period was. Yeah.
But in the bylaw, it says 1 year. Is that correct?
So the bylaw has in the definitions, it's a 12-month, a temporary structure is a 12-month.
So why is that in the bylaw? Why do they have that limitation? Is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Does anybody on staff know if that's something, I know Bob's not here. Is that something that he can just indefinitely extend or we don't?
No, it's not. But the bylaw is not written for Bob to answer. I want to know.
Oh, right.
It was written, right, for a reason. It limits the time to construct a certain type of building. Is that not why the bylaw was established?
So
if you're going to build a 10-story building, that may take 5 years.
So, right. I definitely hear you saying, I think the definition of a temporary structure doesn't necessarily apply to construction. It's just that in this case, it happens to be the concrete plant is a temporary structure, but normally we don't have like a temporary structure, I believe, could also be like some sort of tent or some sort of whatever the definition is.
Well, I'm not saying temporary structure. I think the bylaw is like, if you're going to build your building, it's going to take, we're giving you 1 year.
Oh, right. So you're right. So temporary structure, a structure without any foundation or footings to be removed within a 12-month time period.
So that was put there for a purpose. And the purpose is so we don't have companies like this coming in and saying, oh, it may take us 2 years. And then it might go on for 3 years. The bylaw is there for a specific reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's to limit companies like this to come in and build these outrageous 12-foot concrete wide wall buildings. It doesn't fit the criteria and it should not be allowed. And it should never have gotten this far. And I don't know how it did. So somebody needs to look into why that bylaw is in there, who put it in there, and why it's there. It's the safety for us, the town, not the neighborhood, the town. That's all. That's what I have to put in, and it should not be allowed.
Okay, thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Jim, I'm going to let you come back on if you have something new to present. Do you have something new to add, Jim?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
First, I apologize for not congratulating you and Anthony on your reelection. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let you know I did it while we were on the call. Someone did a quick Google search to see the facility in Fremont, California that was brought up before. That's the accelerator facility, the E-beam. According to Google Maps, it's about half a mile away from a residential area. And the other facility that it looks like is being built in Texas, which I'm not sure if that's within the scope or not, but that's still another, according to GPS, it's about 300 feet. So just wanted board to be aware of the distance and proximity to this current facility that they're talking about. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So that concludes public comments. I think that concludes all of the emails that were received to add to the public record. I assume that I think I caught everything. So if I didn't catch anything, I assume they'll be entered in as part of public record either way. Are there any new questions from the board at this point?
Not for me.
Nope. Okay. Any new information from the applicant at this point? Okay.
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I did have some quick questions on the sound study.
Sure.
Do they account for, I'm assuming it would be all just relative, but winter versus summer sound acoustic differences?
So yes, we do. When we took our baseline sound measurements, we took it in March. So that allows us to capture some of the lowest sound levels that you would anticipate during the year. When you get into the spring and summer periods, you tend to get more human activity, and then there's also more insect activity as well, which help to contribute to elevate the sound levels. Now, if we had done the measurements during that time period, we would have corrected for that. A lot of times we get a lot of cricket and other types of insect noise that help to elevate the background sound levels. But in this case, we were able to capture those ambient sound levels during the March time period, which is, tends to be a quieter period of the time. With regards to our acoustic modeling, we do take into account the fact that, terrain and weather conditions as well.
Okay. I guess one of my questions is that obviously in the wintertime, there are less trees, so sound does travel more noticeably. But also, does it account for things like tree or vegetation removal by the project once it's done?
When we did our acoustic modeling for the project site, we did take into effect the buildings that were going to be the existing buildings as well as the future expansion of that. With regards to foliage, it would have to be a very densely wooded area for you to get any appreciable sound reduction.
Okay.
If it's just a few trees that you're talking about, you're not going to get any particular sound reduction associated with that.
Okay. That's it for me.
Okay. Question for the applicant. Oh, Amy, go ahead.
I just had one point to make, and this is just going back to the definition of light manufacturing. And I'm just wanted to make a point that I went back and looked at our definition. I have bylaws back to like 1955. But in 1986, light manufacturing didn't include the word radiation. But in 2008, it lists when they were amended. And after 11/9/1992, the word radiation was added in to light manufacturing. So it looks like it was added into our definition after the original STARS. And as part of the definition, it says any manufacturing or industrial use, storage, processing, fabrication, which would not be detrimental or offensive or tend to reduce property values. Oh, this was 2008. By reasons of dirt, glare, odor, fumes, smoke, gas, radiation, danger of explosion, and fire. So I just wanted to make a note that before 1990, radiation wasn't included in the definition as a detriment, and after 1992, it was. It was just a point I wanted to make.
Okay. I have a question for the applicant about your thoughts on off-site versus on-site concrete plant, because we talked a lot about that, but I actually didn't hear like your opinion on that, which like it sounded like Kip thought either way would work, but is that something you have a preference over, or just interested in your thoughts on that one? I don't know who answers that.
Madam Chair, our preference would be to have the plant on site just for the quality, controlling the quality, like Kip had mentioned. But as he said, whether it's off-site or on-site, we could still get the job done.
Okay. And your reasons, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I just follow up on that?
Sure.
So all along, we've been talking about and having a lot of discussions about it being on-site. So now we sort of opened it up and said, can we have it off-site? And I think some of the information tonight was a little bit, we couldn't figure out how many trucks, the numbers of days. And so it was a little bit conflicting. And so I will tell you personally, I am not in favor to an on-site. I'm in favor of an off-site. I don't know how the other board members feel about it, but I'm in favor of that. And so I feel like if the board is leaning to that, then I feel like the applicant needs to go back and do some more work on what does that actually look like? Because most of the presentation to us has been, what does it look like for having something on-site? And I think that has also been off-site trucking it in during the normal business hours of 7 to 7 or whatever the board determines, 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. But anyways, what I was saying is the model that you've been showing for the past 6 or 9 months has been on-site. And this is the first time we've really gotten into what does an off-site look like versus an on-site. So I feel like to move forward that if the board feels like that's a better way to move forward, there would be some more research that needs to be done, some more questions and answered, because I think the questions tonight, some of the answers just didn't work out as far as the number of trucks and stuff like that and what it would actually look like.
Okay, so that doesn't impact my decision, but I don't know if other board members, if it impacts your decision. I don't know, Amy, does that impact your decision?
I just have to think about it for a second.
Okay, that's fine. Millie, does that impact your decision?
I would definitely like to see more information and the pros and cons to having it offsite.
Okay, Anthony, does that impact your decision?
No, I've come to a conclusion.
Okay, Amy, Michelle, does that impact your decision?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear more information about it.
Okay, Amy, does that impact your decision?
No, not really. No.
So if I just want the applicant to understand the benefits of going back to do all that research, if it's not going to impact any decisions, then it may not be a similar to what we've done in the past, where we let the applicant know if it's going to make a difference or not. They can decide if they want to go and make that effort or not. So I guess I'd put it up to the applicant. Do you want to make that effort or not?
We're not interested in doing that.
Okay. Okay, any other new information?
Oh, Madam Chair, I think we're happy to try and clarify any questions related to the trucking. I do think that this is an issue that would be outside of the board's purview as it relates to a method of construction, which is not within the scope of Chapter 40A. But even having said that, we can try and clarify any misunderstanding that there might be with respect to the concrete plant versus having the trucks just bring the concrete to us and have the concrete mixed off-site. I think what you heard is that the number of trucks overall is not going to change appreciably, but we can try and clarify that for you.
Okay, it's just not going to impact anything. And as you mentioned, it's not really part of necessarily what we're looking at. So I don't know if that would be of any value. I'm not confused about it, and it doesn't sound like a majority is. So I don't think.
Can I just ask a question from, I forget who just answered the question. Is it that Steris does not want to, as a board member, if I said, will you be willing to go off-site? Are you saying we do not want to go off-site? We're not willing to entertain that? I just wanted clarification on that, because I felt like what was coming from Dave and what was coming from, I forget who else answered, was two different answers.
No, we are willing to go off-site. We weren't willing to put together any information in terms of the difference between the two, being on-site or off-site, because it's trucking in the concrete at that point. So I think we spoke to the number of trucks that would be it on-site or off-site. I don't know what more there is to do to talk about what it would look like if the plant was off-site. It seems to me it eliminates the concerns of the neighbors at that point.
Okay, Mr. Dineski, you have something? Attorney Dineski, I see your hands up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be sure that if the applicant through counsel is looking for the opportunity to present clarification on an issue that the board spent a lot of time discussing this evening, I think that opportunity should be given.
Okay, I mean, I just want to make sure you're not, because this has been going on so long and I know we're sensitive to it, I don't want to drag it on if that's not your preference to do so. So to that point, if it's something you want the opportunity to do, then certainly you can. Is that what you're saying, Attorney Janeski, that they should have the opportunity to decline or accept?
Yes, because that's what I'm hearing, and it was obviously a point of great concern and discussion today. So
yeah, that's okay.
I commend
you want that opportunity.
Continue that discussion to its conclusion.
Yeah,
okay.
And Madam Chair, I guess I'd add to that. We're happy to try and answer any questions that the board has that remain unclear. But if the board members are saying that doesn't matter, then I guess it doesn't matter. We're happy to try and answer the questions however we can. I think what you were hearing from Mr. Corelli is that we don't know what additional information we could provide you with respect to concrete being mixed off-site and then brought to the site. It would be brought in trucks as you've heard tonight and before.
Okay, so Michelle, do you have anything, or Millie, you mentioned that you'd want more information. So I guess Millie and Michelle, is there specific information to help guide or inform the applicant? What would be helpful?
So you can go ahead, Millie.
I was just looking for more of the pros and cons, because I think that's kind of what we were leaning towards with as from respect with the neighbors and the residents, the impact on them. And I guess I think that the pros for the applicant have been brought forth to have it on site. And I just feel that the pros, that those are almost more negatives for residents and most everybody else. And I guess I just don't know if I was missing something else on the pros on having it offsite.
Okay, so pros and cons that kind of looked at both sides of the coin. Anything else that you would be interested in?
That's it.
And Michelle, it sounds like more of a clarification on numbers for you. Is that what you're looking at?
The applicant gave us a concrete plan that we have here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was all based on everything's on site.
Okay.
And I think it's fair to then ask the applicant to come back and give us a plan like he presented where it's off-site.
Okay.
Because the math on the trips doesn't really add up like I was saying before. And I know it can get confusing trying to do it tonight, but I think that's reasonable. Now, I understand that the applicant says we get a better quality material if we do it on-site versus off-site, which then my next thing would be like, so what are the measures in place? And we talked about the exterior. I'm trying to look at my notes. The rate meters, the volt. I'm looking over right now what we're talking about. The environmental disseminators. All of those we were talking about. Could we have those as a measure of having on the exterior of the building? And that was something that we're going to ask the applicant about. We haven't had a chance until now. So I think it's reasonable to come back and say, okay, here's our plan. We've heard the concerns of the residents. And then now what we're coming back with is, here's what it would look like if it's exterior. Here's what we could do for everything that's on the exterior of the building that we talked about, some of those measuring guidelines. And then I think also for some of the concerns is how do we take a vote of confidence as far as the operations and the checks and balances for making sure that accidents don't happen. I understand where you're saying that's more at a state level, but people have asked that tonight. So that's why I think it's reasonable to ask the applicant to come back and answer these questions again, because it was a lot of information.
Okay, Michelle, just a clarification on one of your points. You were talking about measurements on the exterior. Was that related to the concrete or the radiation?
So what we talked about was some of the questions that the board members had, including yourself, was how do you know the life of the concrete, right? Mm-hmm. And how do you know if any radiation is coming through the concrete? And how do you measure that?
Okay, so unrelated to the plant. I just wanted to make sure it was a different, that was a different.
Yeah. It's the building itself. Yes.
Okay, so hearing those, anything else? Hearing those, is that something the applicant wants an opportunity to speak to think about and come back and speak to? So it's pros and cons, what it would look like off-site, clarifying some of the math on the trips. Michelle had an additional question about just measuring on the exterior area, how we can do measurements there, and checks. How do we get a vote of confidence for checks and balances? Does that cover what everybody just said? Is that something the applicant wants an opportunity to speak to, or any or all of those things?
Madam Chair, this is David Jackson.
Hi, David.
How you doing? From the radiation monitoring standpoint, setting up monitors on the exterior of the building, I would much prefer to leave that up to the experts with the radiation division of the Department of Public Health for Massachusetts, either in consultation with you or in consultation with us. They really are the experts for the state on what type of equipment you would even be looking for, and whether that equipment makes sense in their opinion.
Okay. So that's something you probably wouldn't be able to come back on out of those items.
Yeah, right now I would prefer to leave that up to the state to make that decision as they're looking over the remainder of the application and all of the safety interlocks and the shield and everything else that they've got to review and inspect. They'd be better informed to make a decision on that, I believe.
Okay. Okay, so is this something you want the opportunity to come back and present?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So for that component, do you want anything related to the rest of it, or no?
From the radiation standpoint, I think I may have missed any other questions that were related to radiation.
Oh, no, no, I think you're good there.
Okay.
or maybe the only other thing would be just like, what are the checks and balances? And I think that may actually be in the peer review a little bit, just in terms of, was there something specific, Michelle, when you were talking about the checks and balances that you're looking for? Is it beyond what's in the peer review?
Yeah, a lot of the checks and balances that go into that are the interlocks that, again, that the state requires in their regulations and that they would be reviewing prior to allowing construction to even start or giving us registration for the machines.
Okay. So, Michelle, did you have something else in mind for that? No. Okay. So it looks like basically we're looking at an opportunity to talk more about the off-site option. Did you want to present any information on, so right now we have pros and cons of impact on the neighbors and what it would look like, what that math looks like for, and just breaking it down in a way that makes more sense, because it sounds like there was some confusion over the numbers. Did you want to present that? Did you want the opportunity to present that?
No, Madam Chair, we don't.
Okay. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I'll just add that I think we had presented that information through Kip earlier in the evening, specifically with respect to the differences between on-site and off-site. Obviously, on-site was the preference, but if the board would rather have us do it off-site, it's going to be roughly the same amount of trucks, and we'll have to do a little bit more planning, and those trucks will come in a more condensed time period on those days that they're actually doing pours. But otherwise, they're kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other in terms of truck traffic.
Okay. Okay, well, are you open to a condition of time? It sounded like you're open to a condition of time on the concrete plant. Well, actually, the hours are 7 to 7, so I guess it's not a condition at all. It's just following the actual construction hours. It sounds like that 7 o'clock was not a problem. The regular construction hours or the construction hours from the bylaws are not a problem.
That was my understanding as well, Madam Chair.
Me too.
Mr. Crowley can chime in if I've misunderstood that.
No, that is correct.
Okay. I guess that would be hard to condition. So it sounds like to put any sort of measurement on the exterior walls. So Attorney Janeski, question for you. If it's really up to the state about those exterior monitors, it doesn't seem like it would be a condition that we could place because we're not the ultimate authority on that monitoring system or device or anything. Is that correct?
The state does have the priority and I would say superior monitoring authority. I suppose you could envision a condition that requires that be addressed somehow in the applicant's information back to the town. And I think that's what I've heard from Mr. Jackson, that they would want to defer on that.
Okay. So is there any condition within our authority that would help to speak to that? Or would it just be a condition that wasn't even enforceable because we're not the overarching authority on that monitoring?
I would recommend maybe asking the applicant more directly. You heard from the consultants who suggested two kinds of things, one simpler and one more elaborate, perhaps, with the dosimeter and the rate meter. And I believe the comments were that a dosimeter would be a pretty low cost feature. So I guess I would say, put that question to the applicant. Is that something they'd be willing to do?
So David Jackson, is that your ballgame? Is that something like that sort of monitoring system be something you would be willing to do? Or is it you still want to hear from the state?
I would actually want to discuss that with the state because those types of dosimeters, I don't believe are designed for outside use.
Okay.
We would want to consult with the state on their opinions on using something like that outside. And we'd actually want to consult with manufacturers also to find out the effects of general weather on equipment such as that. It is, I agree with your counsel that it is relatively low tech, but that doesn't necessarily mean it would be the proper response for what you're looking for.
Okay. Board members, is there anything else we need to clarify or verify? Things that would have been conditions or thoughts of conditions that we need to make sure we understand is viable or not?
I know going back to the very beginning today, I tried to go through all the documentation and there was a letter from the fire chief way back when, and he talked about putting a knock box on the fence so he could get in and out. Is that added in the site plan or we add that as a condition? And I don't know. I guess it would be great too for someone to pull up the latest site plan because certain things have changed.
Just to answer that question about the Knox box, that's just something that is standard as part of the building permit review with the building department and the fire chief. So that's on just about every building.
All right. He had it on our memo. I just want to read it. He had that. And he talked about fire flow tests and alarm systems, That would be part of the building, I'm assuming. And he talked about the turning radius. So those were the only three things from the fire department.
Okay, and so it sounds like that box is covered. Kathy, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's a pretty standard requirement from the fire department.
Okay. All right, then it sounds like that. Is there any further information, any new or different information from the applicant?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Then I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Make a motion to close the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, the hearing is closed. So Jim, I'm going to have you remove our panelists.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Again, just take one moment.
Okay. All right, thanks everybody for coming and answering all these questions.
Thank you. Happy to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While to do this.
All right, and I believe that is it for the representatives.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think as a board, we need to figure out, obviously we have to deliberate this. We have another hearing we have to attend to. What are our options for, do we have to deliberate and make a decision this evening? Are we prepared to do that at this hour? Do we need to get to the next hearing? Any thoughts from board members on this?
I think we can do it either way, but it's up to the board. You know, it is 9:46. Do you want to deliberate and close? I mean, we already closed. Or do you want to, I think we can vote at the next meeting, but it's up to everybody else. I don't know. Do we go on to one Lyman?
Are we able to, what's the, Attorney Janeski, can we put this on the agenda and deliberate at our next hearing? Because it's, as we enter a 5-hour marathon, I think it's a lot to, if we need to deliberate quite a bit or.
Yes, you can have a meeting scheduled for the purpose of deliberation.
Is this as part of our regular course of planning board agenda, not a separate meeting, correct?
Right, it can be on an agenda with other items.
Oh, okay. I mean, how does the board feel about that? I'm at the tail end of.
And in fact, I would recommend that with all the information you've received today, some of it just arriving today, that if you're going to deliberate, that you do it after you've all had a chance to review that information.
Okay.
I
would agree.
I agree, because some of the consultants even had comments about conditions, and it would be good to go back and read it all.
Okay. So what I want to do really quickly is just take just a 5-minute break for any board members that need to just take a really quick break, because we obviously have one Lyman coming up and we've been doing this now for 5 hours. So I'd like to, do I need to make a motion to take a 5-minute break?
You may declare it, Madam Chair.
I declare.
That's within your purview.
I declare a 5-minute break. And Jim, I don't know if you just leave this going or whatever the case, but I'm going to put mine on stop video. And
Absolutely. Yeah, so I will. So the live stream will be continuing. So I believe if you would like, you can stop your video and mute your mics while you are away.
Okay, so at 9:53, we will resume. think I could hear someone microwaving something, so.
What?
Someone is microwaving. Were you microwaving?
No, I just ate a granola bar.
Me too. All right, we almost have everybody back. Just Michelle and Millie. Then we'll get started.
Carrie, after you do the hearing, I just have three real quick things. Two for your possible, and possibly for your June 1st agenda.
Okay, sure.
Just requests from people.
Okay. So let's see. We have Millie, are you there? Or Michelle, are you there? No.
I'm here.
Michelle. Okay, we have Michelle back. Just waiting for Millie.
I'm here.
Okay, everybody is back. Kathy's back. Fred's back. We have Millie, Michelle, Anthony, Carrie. Okay, great. Thanks everybody for taking a little break here. I'd like to start the continued public hearing for 1 Lyman Street. So Jim, if you want to bring in 1 Lyman Street and the applicant for 1 Lyman Street. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thanks for sticking in. I'm sure you learned quite a bit this evening. Okay, great. Getting started, in terms of new information, it looks like we had a new drawing sent in today for that turn. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, or if there's other stuff that you wanted, additional information you wanted to cover. I think design review you finished up with. So I'll leave it to you. Attorney Gould, do you want to set the table?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Sure.
First of all, congratulations to you and Anthony on the re-election.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Makes for late nights for you, but so I heard from Vito that he had heard from Fred Litchfield that the police chief may have had a couple of comments concerning the traffic exit on Lyman Street. And it was a question that the chief wanted to make sure that there was an adequate turning range so that anybody coming out onto Lyman Street and turning towards Bartlett would not have to cross the line on Lyman Street.
Mm-hmm.
So what the chief suggested and what Vito has done is he's used the WB55 design vehicle, which will cover the largest tractor trailer truck so that it can come out of that exit. And what he basically did was widened the mouth coming into Lyman Street so that the truck can now come out and not have to cross that center line. Other than that, everything is the same.
Okay.
I take it back. There was one other thing. The chief did want to, or he suggested that we put a sign there saying, as it would face Lyman Street, saying exit only and not a through way, so that people would not try to go in there to avoid the stop sign at Bartlett Street. So those are the two things that we have agreed to, and they are shown on this plan, and the signs will be part, and you can make it a condition of the decision that one would say not a throughway and the other would say exit only.
Okay. Any board questions on this?
I have one. And I'm sure there's probably an obvious reason here, but I'm just curious what was the reason that the exit for and the loading dock is facing Lyman Street and not Bartlett?
I can respond to that, Marshall, if you like.
Okay.
Sure. Just there's, I don't know if I can probably share my screen on the other.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Sure. Hold on.
Okay. I can just show this, show the site plan. Okay. So, because of the wetland resources over here, there's this angle on this side of the parking area. If we were to flip the dock, almost mirror image and have the trucks come this way, we don't have that space on this end that we do over in here. It just gets pinched down over in here. This side has the more favorable area to provide the turning maneuvers you need for that truck size. So we did look at, coming in the opposite way. We just couldn't fit that truck to be able to get back in and around and out. If it was, the dock would be about here, and the end of the truck, the face of the truck would be sitting out here before it could turn out. Over here, we can use this whole area for that turning maneuver. That's all.
Okay. I assumed there was some dimensional limitation.
Yep.
But is it, following up on that, sorry, Anthony, did I cut you off? Do you have another question?
No.
Is it impossible to, even if you didn't face the dock, to just get out the other way? Or?
If you put a large, a turnout down this way and you did like a 3-point turn with the truck, it's not ideal at all for truck maneuvers to kind of make that maneuver, and we'd have to pave out an apron. If you wanted to come out of here and pull up, back down, and then try to turn around, it's not a ideal move at all for a truck, and it would create more pavement area down in here to try to get a truck to go back out to Bartlett Street.
Okay. Is that only in the case of an 18-wheeler, or is that like all sizes of trucks would have trouble?
Smaller vehicles could turn around, in here. The 18-wheeler, that's the one that can't, it just needs that much space to get around. But a smaller truck, you could probably pull it right around in here almost, and pull a circle and just go back out.
Okay. Other questions here?
When did that plan come out?
The one with this, I just sent it in earlier today with this radius change. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it just changes this. Before this came out, kind of their mirror image, and we kind of just cut off this end. So when the back end of the truck comes around,
yeah,
it just drags over this portion right in here.
Right.
That just helps us keep on this side of the road.
Yep. I did not see that.
That's the only change on the site plan.
Okay.
So through the chair, would you like me to proceed, or do you want to ask questions of the board first?
No, if you have something you want to present, go right ahead.
Sure. Okay. So
can I just ask one question? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Can you just point out how the trucks back up to that truck bay while you had it up? Like, do they pull in off Bartlett Street?
Yep. Yeah. So they'll come in this way, kind of just pull up to right here and then back up.
But they're not
with this kind of
into the road.
No,
they'd pull out into the road to back up.
No, they'd be up and maybe right about here. There's plenty of distance, so that's why at this angle it really helps, because you're almost kind of pulling up and then just backing up right into it. You don't have to do a big turning maneuver to get. You're not even going 90 degrees to get in. It's almost just a go up and back in.
And then when they're done, they just pull out.
Yeah, so when they pull out, they can just pull straight out and hook around the corner.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay,
So through the chair, shall I proceed?
please do.
Okay, thank you. So when we left the last planning board meeting about 4 weeks ago, I just want to review what we have covered and what we have not covered. So we have covered the site plan and the engineering subject to this one change that the police chief requested. We have covered the amount of traffic coming to and exiting this site, including deliveries by the Postal Service and by UPS. We covered the type of product and the style of the warehouse, in the sense that it is not your typical warehouse with power forklifts and many warehouse workers. We covered the hours of operation, that standard hours are 9 to 6, but that some of the employees come in an hour early, and that UPS typically might come if they're a little bit late, that employees have to stay there until that load is sent out, or at least one employee has to stay. We've covered the fact that there is one residential abutter. We have sent 3 emails offering to meet with that abutter. We did get an email back saying that it was not possible to meet, that there were some personal things going on, that they were not able to give us time to meet with them. The town planner presented that the question that was raised early at a planning board meeting, that the type of packaging that is done at this warehouse does not make it light manufacturing, and that was supported by both the town planner and the building inspector. We said in the application, and we will repeat now, that we will still need a demolition permit, an earth removal permit, and from the Conservation Commission, an order of conditions. We have had 5 meetings with the Design Review Committee. The letter that I saw actually refers to 4, but there have actually been 5 meetings with Design Review. And there was a lot of input and back and forth on the building appearance and landscaping as the 2 greatest points of discussion. There was also discussion about sign, lighting, loading dock, color, size, grade of the building. The summary was that everybody on the Design Review Committee felt it was a very well-designed project. And in fact, several of the people, including the 2 architects, said it's going to be the best looking building in the area and a significant upgrade over all the other buildings in the area. They were also part of multiple conversations about the landscaping. So the building design and the landscaping is what we had continued this hearing to present to the planning board tonight. And lastly, we had reviewed, based on information from the building inspector and the assessor's office, other industrial buildings on Bartlett Street and Lyman Street, and determined that right now there's about 1.5 million square feet, of industrial space. And included in those buildings are literally hundreds and hundreds of loading docks. And the operations are much longer hours than what this business of Cable Matters would be at this site that's only going to have 1 loading dock. During the process with Design Review, we went from 2 loading docks to 1 loading dock because it was determined that by the owner that we really don't need it. And right now, just as a reminder, where he is now, he's getting 1 tractor trailer delivery about every 3 months. And in this case, he's going to be making the building larger. And even though he has the same number of employees that he's had for the last 5 years, it is hoped that he will double the capacity which would double the deliveries. That would make it once roughly every 6 weeks. So every 1 to 2 months, one tractor trailer. The rest of the deliveries to Cable Matters are all by either a small postal truck or a UPS that would also deliver to homes or businesses, but small businesses. That's where we were at. Today, we'd like to share the screen with you and show you the building design. And I know that we have Kathy Joubert and Michelle Gillespie were both part of the design review committee, as were, oh, by the way, I didn't introduce the people who were here. It's the same people who have been here before. So obviously, we've already heard from Vito Colon, but we have Alok Danda, who is our architect on this project. We have David Veron, who is the landscape architect and will be doing landscaping. And of course, the proposed owner of the property and the owner of Cable Matters, Jeff Jiang. So forgive me for not introducing them at the beginning. I'm not sure whether it is Kathy or Alok or who wants to share the designs that were approved by Design Review Committee. Is it going to be you, Jeff, or is it going to be?
Yeah, I can share.
Okay. Why don't we do that? So the first screen that you see here without all the landscaping in front of it, Jeff, let's go back to that first screen. So that's the loading dock.
Oh, sorry. Which one you want to start?
You can start right here as long as
Okay,
you're there.
sure.
So this will be the front of the building facing Bartlett Street. And people will drive in on the driveway that you see there, coming in from your right as you look at this. And the parking spaces will be along the left side of the building. This does not show the lined parking spaces, but all the parking is going to be on that left-hand side of the building, which is the industrial side, industrial zone side of the building, as opposed to putting it on the residential side of the building. Want to go to the next one, Jeff? That is, well, Jeff, this is not the latest one. This is the one that is showing the residential side. So that's not the most recent one. I don't know if you have it or if Dave has it. Okay, Jeff, go back one screen, please. Okay, so this is the landscape plan that David came up with. So from Bartlett Street, this is what you will see. You see there on the rounded corner coming in from Bartlett, there is a sign there. It is not a large, imposing sign. And that says Cable Matters. And that's going to be the only monument sign at the building. And you can see that there's an awful lot of landscaping, I think quite a bit more than most office buildings and probably even homes, but certainly more than we see in any of the other industrial buildings in town. One of the comments that was made at the design review is this is the 5th rendition of that building. And they, in the design review, they actually said, some of them said it looks almost like an office building or a classroom building in a campus as opposed to a warehouse. Jeff, do you want to go to the next slide, please? Okay. This shows also the front as you get a little closer to the building. You'll see some grass and plantings on the side facing east, as well as in the front of the building facing north. Next one, Jeff. You can also notice from this that the building, instead of being all one cement-colored building with no windows on the side that would clearly look like a warehouse, through the efforts of our architect and the design review, they came up with this design and they felt like it was a much more attractive building. Does not look like a warehouse. The building that you see here faces the residential abutter on Lyman Street. That would be Stone and Beckstrom. And we had several landscape plans to show the design review committee, including some that completely blocked the view of the building. Michelle or Kathy may want to talk more about it, but the comments from the people in the design review were, it's an extremely attractive building. Don't hide it with trees, and give the trees and the grass room to grow. If you plant too many trees there, you'll be blocking the light and you won't have healthy grass, and you probably won't have as healthy trees. So this was the landscape view that Dave came up with that the board felt was a better design of both the building and the landscaping. In fact, Michelle, at the last design review, asked the board whether we should present both plans to the planning board, but it was unanimous in the design review that they felt that these trees, as they would broaden out, would be much better looking and healthier and allow for better, healthier landscaping than the other plan that had a lot more trees there. We did, as a result of that, contact the people across the street and asked if we and our landscaper could meet with them in case they wanted to give their input and in case they wanted us to put any additional landscaping on their property. That meeting did not take place, but there were 3 emails offering to do so. Jeff, you want to go to the next slide? This is from Bartlett Street, which you've pretty much seen, except you didn't see the right-hand corner of the front of the building. Keep going, Jeff. Okay, and this is as if you are coming up Lyman Street towards Bartlett. What you do not see here, oh, I'm sorry. This is if you're driving down Bartlett Street. I apologize. Go to the next one, Jeff. This is if you're coming down Lyman Street. That's the rear of the building facing south, and that's the single loading dock reduced from 2 loading docks. And you can see that there is going to be a fair amount of landscaping, and we are still willing, if the abutter wants, to put more landscaping to block any view of the loading dock, but this is the one that design review felt was best. Go ahead, Jeff. All right, and this is what you'll see as you're driving down. If you're not looking directly in the exit, and I can see that they put the exit only sign there, but as you drive down, that's the view you're going to have of the landscaping and the building. Keep going, Jeff. All right, and then this is just the shape of the building with the lower section being Bartlett Street, and on the right, it's Lyman Street. Is that it, Jeff, or do you have any more there?
I don't. So
okay.
that's it.
So I think that's pretty much it. I don't know how you want to deal with this, Madam Chairman, but I don't know if you want either Michelle or Kathy to speak about design review or whether you just want to proceed based on the letter that they had given.
So Michelle or Kathy, you're welcome to say anything if you'd like. I know we got the letter that said a design review, gave it a thumbs up. Do you have anything you want to add or?
No, I think when you looked at the original rendering to what you had now, it's significantly different. I mean, I think it's a nice transition from a residential into the industrial. As I've talked before, it's hard to make that transition. And I think they've been done great work on the building to make it transition nicely from one zone to the other. With the landscape design, I think it's an excellent design. There are 2 rows of trees, and we didn't want to take away from the aesthetics of the building. I don't know whether Marshall had presented both the plans, but when we filled it all with trees, it actually did not look good. And I think Dave Veron, who could probably talk about how when you do that, there's a lot of overgrowth and the trees end up dying. So we thought, what we had done with the landscape plan right now had looked good, and it complemented what, the attractiveness of the building. So we worked quite a lot, and I compliment Jeff and his team. They worked well with us. And like I've said before, it's really unusual to find an applicant who is going to put in such mature trees so that when they go in, they actually look like they've been growing there for upwards of 10 years. So I commend Jeff on that. That was a great investment. And, it looks really good. I like the whole look of the building, and, you guys can decide and see whether you like what we produced or not. But like I've always said to the board, it's difficult, that first building that you have to transition from residential to industrial, but I think we did a good job of making that transition.
Okay, thank you. David, did you want to add anything from a landscaping perspective?
I think, it's pretty much what you see in those photos. Everything there is very large scale. It's going to be 20-foot plus as far as a lot of the trees, larger stuff, which is very large scale material. And provided you guys like it, I think it looks pretty good.
So the tree height, it's 20 feet. So it doesn't actually meet the roof height. It's a little shorter than the roof. How tall is the building?
The building will be about 30 feet, but from perspective, it will. I mean, more often than not, I understand if you're on the second floor of a house, with straight line of sight, it may not block the very top of the building, but anybody at pedestrian level, ground floor level, it'll block it.
Okay.
And these trees are coming in at 20 plus. So it's not 20 on the nose, it's 20 plus. So, I have to go up and tag them and pick them and all that. So they will be 20 feet plus. So what the plus is not exactly sure, but it will be over 20.
Okay. Questions from the board on any of this? Amy?
So are all the trees to scale on the pictures? Like not just the green trees, but are those maples the other ones?
They're going to be as close as I can get them.
Okay, I was just curious if it was just one tree that was larger. They're all pretty much to scale, like when we look at the picture.
As close as we're able to get them, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Just to follow up on that, Amy, we made it a point that on the Lyman Street side, we wanted the bigger trees. Some of the other landscape and flowering trees are not going to be that big right near the building. In the front, for example, as you look at it from Bartlett Street, but the trees are all going to be much larger than you'd see in front of a typical new building.
Put it this way, the trees we're getting, you're not getting out of any local nursery around here. These things have been sourced. They're coming from upstate New York. These things are going to be coming in 18-wheelers, not one, but probably close to 15 to 20 18-wheelers to come in for this one property, if not more. Very atypical. You would not find that in any planting, going on normally at all.
Are they maples? What are they?
Yeah, it's going to be exactly to what's on the spec sheet, to what's called out. It'll be exactly the same thing that's being called out on the plans.
Okay.
I just there was an abutter that sent in some questions. I just wanted to cover them because I think that some of them are really good questions. Just in terms of, it looks like there's faux wood metal panels. Is there any concerns there with heat or light, reflective or glare or corrosive, rust, rot? Like, is there anything to be concerned? That's not a material that I know much about. So if any thoughts on that or how that is different than yours?
There's no real concern. We use them on more commercial office type projects all the time. They're used in institutional jobs all the time. The side facing Lyman Street has got a limited amount. It's interspersed with split face CMU block, in front of which we've planted trees. So you have the metal panel, which has got penetrations for the windows. Then you have some split face CMU block, which is light in color with some light banding in the trees. And then a repeated pattern So there's not a ton of it in the first place. Second, no, they're aluminum metal panels. They're made by very reputable companies. They have, 15-year, 20-year warranties on them, like roofs. They're not going anywhere. I mean, most siding on houses is going to rot out the way before. These, plus they don't require any real maintenance. There's no painting of these panels, etc. The images of the wood grain, etc., and the colors are baked into these metal panels, so they're not going anywhere.
Okay. And then, Dave, for you about the landscaping. So in terms of what's there, what will still be there in the winter, if we could just look at it quickly at one of the renderings together, or I can bring one up, or if you guys have one handy. I think you had whoops. Okay, so if we were to look at this in the winter time, out of the types of trees that we've picked or whatever the case, what does this look like in the winter? Are we still seeing foliage here, or are these all branches?
These are deciduous trees right there. You'll see the branches.
Just branches. No, so all the leaves will be gone winter time.
Right. When we were going through the previous, we had evergreens in there, and it was by unanimous decision that was not the best fit for this project right here on this side and on the other sides.
Okay. Any specific reason why, or?
That was one of the other plans. We had two plans drawn up that I did, and they had this one and we had the other one. And as was addressed by Michelle when she was talking with what we did through when design review was looking at this, the lack of light and the limitation long term and the viability was not going to be as good, and it didn't look as good as this plan. And during the winter here, this would look, it's going to fill in quite well here. And when you look at the two plans side by side, if you have the other one, we can pull it up. You'll see the difference. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in this scenario, the evergreens would stay there, but all the other trees would just have branches in the winter.
That is correct.
Okay.
But over time, this is going to get so dense, you're going to start losing the lawn, and then these evergreens are eventually going to go into decline.
Okay. For the loading dock area, will the dumpster also be located in that same area, or where's the dumpster on the site plan?
Sarah's muted. The dumpster's in the corner of the parking area. We showed it with the screen, fence screen around the outside.
Oh, okay.
Yep, right there.
Okay, so it's not like by where the area where the loading dock is obviously faces out into the open. Just in terms of like what would typically be out there, would it be clean, or are we looking at like a situation where there's pallets stacked up all over the place, or what do we expect for how,
We don't throw the pellets to the dumpster. We never did. So we usually call the a company to recycle them like once 6 months, or it depends on how many we accumulate in the warehouse. So no, I mean it's most likely it's we are using the dumpster just to connect the cardboards.
Oh yeah, but I just mean in front of the loading dock. Like I don't know if the trucks leave whatever they pick up or leave. If there'd be an instance where right around the loading dock would just have a whole bunch of, discarded pallets or boxes or anything like that. I'm just wondering, looks wise, as you look into there's nothing really blocking it. So I just wouldn't want it to be covered in, a pile of pallets or discards.
Yeah, we don't leave the pallets or the goods outside the building, and so everything will be delivered into the warehouse.
Okay. In terms of what's not being disturbed for current area, I don't think, is there any sense of, I think there are some trees over here. I'm looking right along you can't see where my cursor is, so I guess it's difficult to try to express this, but will the area beyond this perimeter here, I think you said at the last meeting, that's not going to be cut down, it'll be left alone outside of the dotted line, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So that whole left side of the page, that would all be left natural.
Okay. So that's where some of the big trees are, and those will all be left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. About how many trees are we cut? Are there any of the big trees that are coming down for this, or are they off to the side there?
I didn't inventory all the trees. I think the couple larger ones are more right in the center. Okay. But I know right in that where the detention basin is, there was some trees in there. I don't think there's anything that's overly large, but there are mature trees in there. Okay. I think there were some invasives throughout that area too.
Okay, but no real way to minimize that based on what you're only cutting what you need to. There's not.
Yeah, we went up. That's the limit of work. We held it tight to the edge of grading, and then as soon as we get out of there, everything else gets protected.
Okay, and what is in front of? Is there a fence for the infiltration basin? Is there screening there or a fence there, or what's in front of that facing line?
That was just going to be grass. It's just a grass shallow area. I think it's only about 2 feet deep. So it's just a grassy area. And that's all. So it's not a deep pond or anything like that. It's just a 2 foot deep shallow basin area. It should drain out within a day or less after a rain event. So it's not something that's going to really hold water and become a kind of a swamp over there. So it's more just a grass area.
Okay. And other board questions? One thing I don't think Attorney Dineski is still on here, is he? No, I think he left.
No, he's not, Carrie, and I'm sorry if you.
No problem. I was just on the off chance he was still here. I had a question, and maybe I guess it could be a follow-up to this. So along the lines of what Michelle said earlier, I think you've gone to great lengths to try to work and make this the best case scenario possible in the area that you're in. And, I think as a board, we've said it would be nice to have developers try to work with us more because it makes it, easier for us to, when we get to meet in the middle and come together like that. So I really appreciate those efforts that you took, specifically through the design review process to make that look better. My concern is that, right now you have an appeal for a variance in the land court, and that may take a couple of years. So what I'd be afraid of is if we have one thing presented now that looks really nice, and then in the interim, either a new tenant comes in or a new plan. So what I wanted to ask town council is about if we had a special permit that ran with, could a special permit run with the tenant if the tenant's not the owner? It sounds like right now, Jeff is not the owner.
That is correct, Kerry. If successful in the appeal, and if successful in this decision, as well as the demolition permit, the Concom, and the earth removal permit, then Jeff will buy the property.
Okay. So I guess my question for council would be, can a special permit run with a tenant, not an owner?
Kathy, do you want to answer that, or you want
do you already know the answer to that?
Well, I know at times the ZBA with a special permit has specifically had it with the applicant because that's the business that they reviewed, and that's the business that they approved to go in that location. So I don't see how that would be any different for the planning board, because a special permit is a special permit, whether that doesn't matter which board. But I can certainly, verify that with town council.
Well, I'm just wondering because a lot of times the applicant is the owner. I mean, sometimes it doesn't have to be, but was that just the case because the applicant was the owner, or is it just the applicant, whether you're the owner or the tenant makes no difference? Would only be my only clarification.
Well, I mean, most times the applicant is not the owner of the property because, the purchase and sale is contingent on that applicant receiving all of their necessary permits.
Okay.
So, and if they don't receive their permits, they're not going to go through with the sale of the property
Got it.
or the purchase of the property.
And Carrie, if I could add on that, going to the ZBA on the variance for groundwater, we spent quite a bit of time with the ZBA, like we did in the early hearing with this planning board, to explain the products that Cable Matters sells. If anybody other than Cable Matters were to be there with different products, they would certainly have to go back under groundwater if the use changes. And so you could make it a condition, especially since it's in the groundwater, that if the products change significantly and are no longer what we call computer or cable modem connectivity products, that they come back. We don't have a problem with that.
So I don't think we can condition that. That's not our permit.
Right. The issue with that, Marshall, is that this board is not issuing a special permit for the groundwater. That
Right.
special,
And
that
we would
Mary,
have to go back to the ZBA.
But they never did a condition that you'd have to come back. It went with the land, or variance goes with the land anyway. So,
Correct.
okay. Okay, it's really late. I want to make sure I have let the public comment unless board members have additional comments or questions, just because I know they've been waiting super long. So I want to give them the opportunity. Do board members have anything else at this point? Okay. Okay, so I have two hands raised right now. I'm going to pull one in. John Wickstead. And unmute you. Just your name and address.
Hi, John Wickstead, 2 Sturbrook Lane. In the interest of time, both for the applicant and the board, I'll try and keep my comments brief. You know, it's entirely possible that the use will change, for 2 reasons. First of all, it's a lengthy process to get this in. And second of all, there's nothing to say that in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years now, Cable Matters will, maybe have expanded beyond this, and the building will get sold to somebody else. And the idea that we're only going to have a truck once every 6 to 12 weeks is really inaccurate. We have no idea how many trucks we're going to have coming in and out of this thing, because we don't know who's going to own the building in 5 years. This is 17,000 square feet of warehouse space. And I completely respect Mr. Zhang's intention to use it the way he says he does. I believe him entirely. I just think we don't know who's going to own the building in 5 years or 10 years. And if the building gets sold and the use changes, that's going to have significant detrimental effect to the residential neighborhood. Second of all, I would point out that the backup beepers will be primarily reflected by a 30-foot wall that is pointing directly at a residential home. Those backup beepers, every time the truck backs up, is going to reflect right off the back of that 30-foot wall and reflect directly into Ann Stone's kitchen. Second of all, the lights from the trucks that are exiting that building are going to be at about 6 foot, 8 foot high, as 18-wheeler truck lights are, and they're going to sweep right across Ann Stone's kitchen every time they take a right-hand turn to get back out to Bartlett Street. And there's no way to change that, short of making the trucks enter and exit out of Bartlett Street. But the way the plan currently stands, the noise and the lights are going to disproportionately affect the residential neighborhood there. I would say also that the renderings here are a little bit misleading, and I would encourage the board to take a look on Google Maps coming from Lyman Street to Bartlett Street. And if you look on Google Maps, you'll see how close the existing structure is. And if you look at the site plan that the candidate has provided, you can see exactly where this 30-foot wall building is going to be. It's right on the back edge of that existing house. It is right up close to the road. And the renderings make it look like it's going to be pretty far away, and it's not. If you look on Google Maps, you'll get a much better sense than if you look on the renderings that they've provided. The last point I would make on the renderings is that they've surrounded the building on its perimeter with lots of landscaping. In reality, this building site is surrounded, particularly on the east side, by another large industrial complex. And if you look at their site rendering, their parking lot backs directly up onto another industrial building. and their site renderings make it look like it's going to be, where we're going to have, pixies running through the woods. Not the case. That's another industrial building right behind there. And I would say also that when you look at the renderings from the Bartlett side, they've left Ann Stone's house out of it. So you never really get a sense of how the residential homes in this area interact with the building. And I think if they're going to provide us with renderings, they ought to be accurate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and then I have Ann Beckstrom. I'm going to bring you on. Just your name and address.
Hi, this is Ann Beckstrom, 152 Bartlett Street. And you've answered a lot of the questions that I had already, but I have a couple more. Can you give me perspective on how tall the proposed building is at 34 feet versus the existing house and barn? Like, is it the same height as the house or higher, lower, or what? Because I don't really know how tall those buildings are.
So any sense on the height difference there? I don't know if that's for, is that you that would know that?
I'm not sure the existing height of the house right now. I'm just trying to look at the house right now on Street View. Houses are typically in that 30-foot range. It's a Cape style house, so it's got a 12-pitch roof, with a story and a half on the second floor. So it's probably, that house is probably in the range of 30 feet-ish, right in there.
Okay, so it's lower than that larger barn, but about the same as the house.
Probably around the house. It might be a little taller than the existing house now. The barn looks like it's pretty tall in the background.
Right.
I don't have an exact number on the existing house though. I'm just trying to think off what a typical Cape style 1.5 story is.
Okay, I was just trying to get myself the perspective of that size of a building, how massive it actually will be.
Yep.
And then can you confirm the building square footage? Has it changed off of the original? I think you were talking about 20,000 square feet, but I thought I heard that had been revised a little bit in one of the meetings.
Yeah, all it was is the footprint changed a little because of the bump outs where those panels are. So those bump outs, the inside interior dimensions haven't changed. It's just when we added those panels on the outside, it actually added some square footage of actual footprint of building. But it's just architectural bump outs of panels.
Okay, so do you know what it is?
The interior is 20,000 square feet.
The exterior?
The exterior is 20,230 something-ish. It's right around there. We can pull up that plan. I'm just trying to pull it off memory. Jeff had the first floor layout plan up earlier. We could pull that up. I think it was 20,232 if I can remember, but we should probably pull that plan up if you need an exact number.
Okay. Yeah, I would like that. Thank you. And then, let's see, what was I going to ask? Oh, so in one of the prior meetings, you explained very quickly the 100-foot setback rules, but I wondered if you could slowly walk me through that. So from the wall that's facing Lyman Street, so that was 51.9 to the curb?
It was to the right-of-way line, to the property line. If I pull up the plan, I could probably show you.
That'd be great, yeah, because I'm having trouble visualizing.
Okay.
And I know you said Lyman was 24 feet, so.
Okay, so the 100-foot setback is from this side of Lyman Street, right here. Lyman Street itself is 60 feet wide.
I can't see your cursor. I thought you said it was only. I thought you said it was 24 feet.
Oops, my share screen just got lost.
And
Hold
just
on.
to clarify, the paved width of Lyman is 24 feet.
Okay.
Right of way of Lyman is 60 feet.
Yep.
So
You're a little hard to hear, Marshall.
Yeah, so the what Marshall is saying, the pavement itself is 24 feet wide, but the actual right-of-way, the town right-of-way is 60 feet wide.
So there's 18 feet on either side of the road itself.
Yeah, I think on your side there's 15-ish, on project side there's almost 20. So, but it varies. The road kind of meanders through that 60 feet. So from the opposite side of your side of Lyman Street, the building has to be at least 100 feet away. Right now we're at 110 feet from your property line.
So going 15 feet into our property line.
No, up to your property line. So we're 110 feet from your property line abutting Lyman. So that's the 100-foot setback is from that side of Lyman Street.
Okay.
Do you see that, Ann? Do you see where he's pointing to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see, but it's hard for me because I see our driveway. I guess that's the driveway going in.
Yeah. So
and then it looks like it's well in from that, like 18.
Right.
15 feet
Right.
in.
Yeah. You don't own all the way out to the pavement line.
Right.
The actual property line is back another, like you say, 15, 18 feet.
Okay.
Okay. So that's an easement. That first 15 feet is an easement.
It's just part of the town land. It's
okay.
It's just the right of way, the public way.
So that would leave about 10 feet up to the house from there. Okay. So then I think I just wanted to double check on something you said in the previous meeting that you were expecting to use 800 gallons of water per day. Did I misunderstand you?
That was just for the septic system design. We have to, by the regulations, we have to design things by just a generic category. It isn't per specific user. So for, say, a warehouse with office space in it, that's the sizing we have to size it by. It's way more than this user would ever use. It's similar to like a house, say my house is sized for 440 gallons. We don't use nearly that. It's just the regulatory requirements that we have to size these for. I wouldn't think he's going to even come close to that, probably a quarter of that, if that even. It's just what we have to design to.
Okay, I thought you said you were literally expecting to use 800 gallons per day,
Yeah.
and I thought that was
Yep.
all right. And I guess.
So, Ann, I actually
if this.
Oh, go ahead. Ann, I was just going to say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I thought you had some really good questions that you sent in, and I would like to get to more of them as well, because I think they're similar to some of my questions. So I do think we're going to have to come back at some point, so don't feel like you have to get it all out here as your last chance.
Okay.
But do feel free to comment. I know you had another comment. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I guess if this project were to go forward, what is the anticipated time that it would take for construction to be completed?
Jeff and I talked about that today, and because he has not yet chosen a builder or contractor, that's part of what would go into the process. And he would work with his architect, Alok, who's here tonight, and they would try to find the builder who can do so within an efficient time frame so that it doesn't take unduly long. Jeff or Alok, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, not particularly. I mean, it's not a very large construction project. There is adequate space to maneuver. This is not a downtown Boston project limited by access, etc. So I would not expect it to be overly lengthy. I mean, including all the land work and the building work. We've certainly seen projects of this size completed, well under 7 months. But it kind of depends on the circumstances of the moment and the contractors, et cetera, you have on board. So I wouldn't, I'd really have to bring a contractor on board and have them evaluate the particulars of the time and give you a better estimate.
I guess I should move to the Cape during that 7 months.
Harry, just back to a comment that you made, Ann obviously put a lot of thought into this letter, and we reviewed the letter. We got architectural, engineering, legal, and Jeff's input. on this. So if you want, we can go through this and answer most of these very quickly. If you don't want to limit the ones, and I think we, in a matter of 15 minutes, I think we could get through all of these. If you would prefer, as opposed to having to come back.
Well, we're just getting to 10 of 11, and we have a few more things to cover. I think we have to come back anyway, because I do have a question for council. I have some additional questions. Let's see, about just conditions in general. We have one more public comment, it looks like. So I just want to make sure we don't have to rush through it. Maybe if we're coming back anyway, we can take a look at any additional questions and do it that way. Or otherwise we might be here till midnight. I don't know how the board feels. Do you want us to keep going through, or Jim, are you able to stay on? Or
I think we should continue it.
Okay. It's just, we've been going a long time, but I want to give everybody a chance to comment. And Ann, certainly if you have something else you wanted to add for right now.
No, I'm all set.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I just have, let's see, I'm going to send you back. Tom Reardon, just your name and address. Oh, we can't hear you, Tom.
How about this?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Good evening. You guys are troopers.
Thanks.
So, 7 Sunset Drive. I'm also a member of the Design Review Committee, and I was involved with the 5 meetings with Jeff and his team. And some of the comments that were made, I think, are somewhat off point, and that the building is not closer to the residential area. It's well behind the existing Cape, and it's shorter than the existing 3-story barn. Unfortunately, those 2 structures haven't been neglected for many decades. And I know that there's a 6-month demolition delay because of the age of the buildings, but they're not worth keeping, unfortunately. But I'm very much in favor of this project because of the way they worked with us to create a building that helps transition between the industrial and residential, which is a sensitive location and a difficult design project. Mm-hmm. And Jeff and his team worked well with a design review committee, and I think they came up with a very attractive office building that works well with the landscaping, and I think it's an asset to the community. So I strongly encourage the planning board to approve this project because this is a good example of collaboration for a quality project in our town. So please wrap this up so we can all go to bed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have one more here. Kristen Wickstead.
Hi, everyone. Kristen Wickstead, 2 Stirrup Brook Lane. I just had a very quick question about the trees on the Bartlett Street side of the property from that black and white picture that you keep putting up with all the lines on it. That's really hard to understand. It looks like the building is pretty far away from Bartlett Street. And since you're spending so much time and energy bringing mature trees from New York, which sounds amazing. There are just several trees that look pretty darn close to the road on the Bartlett Street side that are really big and really mature and would probably be more expensive to take down if there is a way to work around them. I don't know if they're in the way of all the machines you need coming in and out of there, but it was just a thought that I wasn't sure if you guys had even considered maybe trying to leave as many of those large trees as possible, because that seems to be something that everybody's interested in, is lots of trees.
Okay, so your question is about the existing trees there. Is there any ability or thought about leaving them? So
yeah, particularly there's several large pine trees right on the Bartlett Street side, right pretty close to the corner of the property.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kristen. So I don't know, is that a question for you, David, or? Or Vito, is that a question for you of any thoughts on keeping some of the trees that are there?
Vito, you want to pull up that map? Vito, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. They're not shown on the screen, but I just pulled up the preview. Is this the ones you were looking at? Right in here? Am I not muted? Am I muted still?
No, you know.
Okay. I think this is the Bartlett side. So there are these couple, and we'd have to see where those fall, if that works with the landscape design. I don't know what the health of these are. A couple of these don't look great. It looks like there's been some vines. That one doesn't look so great there. We'd have to take a look at them. I don't think these over on this side work with the design. It would possibly be these, but I'm not sure the health and, if they're going to work with what the overall landscape design would be. So I guess we could kind of take a look at that. Some of the stuff doesn't look so healthy, just from street viewing it right now. But if anyone wants, we could always take a look at it, I guess, if we're
Can
gonna
I just comment for a second?
Sure.
Yep.
So Dave Veron is an arborist, so we're fortunate to have him so skilled as being an arborist as well. And I think everyone knows that pine trees, once they get to a certain height and a certain length of time, they just snap and they're just not really worth preserving. I think it would be different if it was a beautiful maple oak, but I think, Dave, you can weigh in on this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely go in. I mean, of all people, I love to save as many trees as I can. I'm the biggest advocate of that going. I mean, I take care of some of the most historic trees in Massachusetts. I mean, right up the street at Artemis Ward, that's Sycamore's my baby. I mean, I have to go in and take a look at them, see what we can do, where they lay on the plan for everything, and take a closer look. Nothing stood out at me before, but definitely it's worth a look. I'll go in and take a peek.
All right, maybe just a drive-by if it's not a lot of work, and you can kind of eyeball it and see if there's any worth saving. That would be nice to know.
No problem.
Okay, we're getting late and I think we're fading, so I want to leave the applicant with next steps. I think we do need to continue because we have some outstanding questions, and I want to make sure if board members have any other, one thing for me is we looked a little bit at the loading dock going out, the exit on Lyman Street. I still have a little bit of concern over that exit onto Lyman, just with that corner, just safety-wise, traffic-wise. I know you widened it to make the turn a little easier. If the deliveries aren't very often and they're only an 18-wheeler there every 3 months, is it that impossible to flip that? Maybe you already went through the process of doing the flip. It sounds like you looked at it, but if there's any way to make that work in a different way, that would alleviate some of my concerns on that corner, exiting off on Lyman Street. I don't know how other board members feel about that or thoughts on that.
The more I think about that particular, so I wasn't very fond of the exit on the Lyman Street side, but the more I think about it, it's probably going to be much safer to get onto Lyman Street with people already tooling down to stop for that stop sign, rather than people are tooling up to go up Bartlett Hill. And, from a safety standpoint, it probably is not going to be as nice for the abutters, but I think it might be safer.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on that? Or
Yeah, Carrie, I think your question initially in the beginning is what you had for legal counsel had to do with can this decision follow with the applicant? And I think Jeff has already indicated that he just has a couple coming in the morning and then a couple leaving at night, no different than most people getting a delivery during the day. So I think Jeff said it was like 4 truck deliveries during the day, and then a couple every 2 or 3 months. So to me, it's not significant. I understand if the use was to change and it would be every hour or 2 or 3 an hour, but that doesn't seem to be the use that they've applied for or their business model is.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like I'm in the minority on that, and that's okay.
I just want to remind the board that we had said at a prior meeting that only 3% of Jeff's company's sales go through this building, and 97% are shipped directly from Thailand or China through Amazon.
Okay.
And that's why there are so few deliveries in and out with this building.
Okay. All right, so any other board questions or things that we would want to consider? So I think, so these questions that came in from Anne, I would want just to go through a couple of these next time around. Some of them I think were part of your groundwater special permit perhaps, but it maybe would be just nice to understand. We may have covered them, I think. I assume as part of your groundwater special permit, all the snow stuff was covered, snow storage is obviously covered and things like that. But just maybe be curious to hear if there's any concerns now that you've moved the drive exit a little bit, are there any concern? Your storage is over there as well. So does that change anything? Maybe not. Maybe just as a discussion point, not a criteria from our board. And then you mentioned you're going back to conservation. When do you go back to conservation anyway?
We haven't filed with them yet. So, I think if we get a favorable decision here or even leading towards a favorable decision, we'd probably start filing with conservation.
Okay.
We only went there to get a determination on the wetlands to confirm all the lines.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we're wrapping up some questions. I have the question for council about running when the case where it's a tenant, and if that's not a possibility, I would want to find out what kind of conditions. So the heart of my concern, I think you understand, is that I think that this applicant has done a great deal of work to make a nice project, and I just want to make sure that we get the product that was presented, and we don't all of a sudden something changes and we get this completely different project, and there's a special permit blank check out there that, whatever controls we can put in place to make sure that this exactly as we approve is what we get in the end, that would be helpful to understand. And then if there's some sort of change where all of a sudden there's like a use change or there's a tenant change or there's a traffic change, I would want the applicant to have to come back and visit their special permit. So I wouldn't want all of a sudden I don't even know, there's only one truck bay, but whatever the case, I wouldn't want it to change out of control where it didn't have to come back to the board and we had a surprise. I just want to be mindful of that in that area especially. Okay, I think everybody's sleeping with their eyes open, so.
They are. It'd be me.
Why don't we make a motion? Does the applicant feel like you have what we know what we need to come back with? Because I'd like to.
think so.
Okay, why don't we make a motion to continue this hearing? Kathy, you said you have some stuff on June that you want to.
Yeah, it should not, for your June agenda, it should not be long. There's two potential applicants that have contacted me that they want to come in. They would like to come into the planning board, similar to what we did probably over a year ago with Ron Aspro came in to talk to you about Hudson Street. So there's two different potential applicants who would like to come to your next planning board meeting to talk about their proposals. One is actually right next door to this at 200 Bartlett Street. And then the other, so that would be, industrial. And then there's another applicant that wants to talk to you about doing some denser development than what's allowed by the residential bylaws at 75 Ridge Road. So I indicated to them that I would, ask the board if you would be willing to have them come in at your next meeting. So June 1st is your next meeting, so you could continue this, well, right off the bat at 6 o'clock. And then, if you want those other potential applicants to come in.
Are they timely, the other two? Or is that something we could flip into the first meeting in July that we have? Or is there something timely coming there, or is it?
They're both, one in particular is looking to file, sooner than later, the industrial site. But, again, that's at your discretion as to when you want to entertain this.
Okay, why don't we at least book Lyman, so 1 Lyman Street for the first as a priority. So we'll continue, why don't we plan to continue this hearing, 1 Lyman Street, to June 1st at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor. Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. So, yes, Marshall, did we forget something?
I just want to say again to Ann and Steve, if they want to meet with Jeff or Dave, we're making that offer to them.
Okay. All right, so I'll let you guys jump off the call so you can go to bed, and we'll sort out our schedule separately.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the only other thing too, it's just that time of year where every planning board has to file a form with the Registry of Deeds with your name and your signatures. So the town hall is now open. We opened up Monday, yesterday to the public. So if anybody, I need all 5 of you at some point to stop by. I'll have the form sitting at Michelle's desk. And, just between now and the end of the week, if anyone has the time to come in to sign that.
Okay. Before we get off, I know I'm going to skip old business for this evening because it's so late, but do board members have a feeling on, do you want to put those into June 1st or do you want to hold it? I know we keep going late, so I just want to be sensitive to that and ask the board's opinion on agenda-wise, how you want to handle that.
What else do we have on the second June meeting? Because we're going to...
The only thing you have on June 1st is 1 Lyman Street. And well, I shouldn't say the only, because then you've got the deliberation for 425 Whitney.
Yeah.
And then on your June 15th meeting, you have the continued public hearing for the definitive subdivision on Bartlett Street.
I mean, if it's not something like time critical, I'd almost say that first meeting in July, because those are 2 monster meetings. Unless board members feel differently, I'm open to different thoughts on that.
But did Kathy, did you say that the 200 Bartlett was more time sensitive?
Well, they're interested in, filing, if after they speak with you, they would like to file for their project.
So, and I think for either, would it be possible just to ask to get a general description of what they're looking for so that we can do some preliminary research?
Well, that's what they want to come in and talk to you about. They want to give you an overview of what it is that they're proposing, and to get, I guess, to get a read from the board. I mean, I don't have any research to do on, I wouldn't do that myself. That's up to them to provide us the information.
No, I'm just saying it would be good to go into that meeting with a general idea of what they're looking to do, just so there's whatever questions that might be open, and we could at least do some, as board members, do some preliminary research.
I can get you, as a matter of fact, I already asked one of the applicants potential applicants, to send me an email, and he did do that. So I can forward that to you, and he has a sketch of what his project would look like. And then the other applicant for Bartlett Street, I can just ask them same thing for an email, describing what they want to do. Is that what you mean?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, so in light of time, which meeting, if we want to get the Bartlett one on a June meeting, would we rather the 1st or the 15th? Any thoughts on that?
I actually don't think, I think your first meeting on June 1st is going to go by quickly.
Okay.
Because you've already gone through a lot of what you just went through with the applicant, just answering the questions and then make a deliberation. And then I'm assuming, you know, maybe the deliberation lasts an hour for, if that, for Whitney Street. So you got 2 hours there, and maybe you just give them a half an hour, one of them, maybe break it up, one now and one on the 15th.
Sure, I'm open to that.
I was thinking that too, maybe 200 Bartlett on June 1st and Ridge on the 16th.
Is it the 15th or 16th? Either way.
The 15th.
Sure, that works. Does that work for everybody?
I like it.
Okay, let's do that.
Quick question. Do we have anything on the 1st July? It's July 6th. I was hoping to go on vacation.
No, there isn't anything yet on the agenda.
Maybe we'll take the 4th of July off. At least I'm hoping to.
That sounds like a good idea.
All right. Well, we'll see how June goes, and then we can go on vacation. Okay. Well, that's, I think we'll skip old business, get to that next time. I'm sorry we didn't get to it, but I think everybody's ready to go. So if there's, Kathy, you have nothing else? Your message is just stop by this week for registry of deeds signature?
Please.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so everybody needs to do that. And then I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor. Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks, Jim.
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone. Thanks, Jim.